Good evening, good morning, good afternoon, wherever you are. Thank you very much for tuning in. Thank you very much for joining me. I am Tom. I am the Astro Canuck, and what was going to be a fun night of some photo processing and some Kerbal Space Program has turned into an amazing night of astrophotography. We have clear skies. I was told across the board we were going to have terrible weather the whole time, and what was supposed to be a foggy day or foggy evening, sorry, has turned into overall clear skies. There might be a little patch in about an hour of some clouds. I'm really excited. Hopefully you can tell. I'm very happy that we're already shooting the moon. You know what? This is it. We are. I didn't want to really keep the waiting screen on long. I was pretty much ready to go. That's also why I'm a little. Well, I say a little late, but you know it's 8 o'clock. I have my schedule for tonight. But yeah, we're on the moon. We're shooting the moon right now. This is a live view of the moon, and man, it's good to already be back imaging because I was so worried that we're going to be clouded out for the most part, and possibly Sunday was going to be maybe some clear skies early in the late in the evening, early in the morning. So I was going to see what we could do about that. But yes, we are imaging live. We are in the east of England. We are still under lockdown. We are shooting the moon right now with a 8-inch telescope. It is a Ritchie Chrétien design. It's a reflector type telescope. It is currently pointed straight at the moon, and I'm right on the moon right now because A, the moon is awesome, and B, Mars is already kind of behind the tree, and C, that moon is going to slowly go behind the tree, and we'll lose that there. So we'll hopefully we'll get some other views later on in the evening of we'll look at some galaxies, we'll look at some nebulae, and we'll image about as long as we can. Really, it's going to be wildly dependent on how the weather turns out there. So yeah, we're having some fun now. Like I said before, it was going to be some images of we're working on some previous images, and those of you may have seen on Instagram, I did post up a picture on my story just about using the StarNet++ process, which basically removes all the stars from your image and it looks really nice, and you can do some really good details on there now. So it's just a matter of kind of building your star mask and kind of get those details coming through, but it's looking really cool, and maybe that's going to be for Saturday's rainy day astronomy. We'll jump back on that there. But for tonight, we're going to play it by ear and just kind of roll with the clouds, and we're shooting some various areas of the moon until it kind of gets out of our way here. And you know, I am using the ASI Air. It is a Raspberry Pi controlled computer, and it is being operated from my laptop within the studio, and it is a wireless device that kind of cuts down on a lot of the wires that you use. Now, how you doing? Good to see you here. I'm excited. I'm excited for the moon. I'm excited for anything astrophotography. So yeah, the ASI Air is a really good piece of equipment because it does cut down on a lot of clutter for your for cabling, and so you only have a few little bits of cables that you have to kind of worry about, and overall everything has stayed fairly neat and tidy for me. So it's I do what I can for my research. I really look into things to see if I can actually, if this is a piece of equipment that I do want, and generally I'm not going to buy a major piece of equipment without actually doing a lot of reading up, checking reviews, reading all the pros and cons, and find out who's actually kind of giving an honest review on things. I would say overall, using an ASI Air is overwhelmingly positive. There are some of the issues aren't, I wouldn't say there's so much issues, but it's just kind of features that would be nice to have. I know it's been a long time coming for those who've been waiting for automatic focus. I don't have one, but I have seen some people having some issues with the programming. So that might just be some bugs that need to be fixed in like later versions. But you know, things like that. That's always a nice to have option. But I think the bigger thing that I would want to see, and I think this might come into to the ASI Air Pro, would be to having your to automatically generating a sequence and kind of planning your evening ahead, so you can kind of set a couple of targets, let the camera do its thing, and once that one target goes out of the way, you go to your new target there. And I think, yeah, something like that would be, I guess that's one of the more requested features that's kind of coming up now. And I think a lot of those major updates are just going to be applied to the Pro. And something like that, doesn't fuss me too much, because here's what we're doing with these images. We're sharing these live as quickly as we can. And if I am doing a processed image, it's probably only going to be for a few hours. And I usually will be out with the scope anyway, so that's okay. Now, I kind of rattled through a lot of information there kind of quick, and really, I was all set up. I honestly was all set up at about 10 to 8, and I was ready to start the stream. And I said, let's check the weather one more time. Just have a look. And the main weather app that I use, the Clear Outside app from courtesy of First Light Optics, that is showing 100% cloud cover for low clouds from now until the rest of the night. The Night Shift, which is another app that I use, said okay, but only clear skies from 4 in the morning until, so about 4:30 in the morning until about 5 in the morning. So I thought that app was kind of taking the mickey a little bit there. And then just kind of checking the cloud coverage on the Met Office website for my area, and it's showing clear. Fog warning. If it gets a little too foggy out, then we'll deal with that as it comes. So like I said, we have a Kerbal Space Program on the bench there, just kind of waiting, riding the pine, and it'll be my first time playing it. So hopefully there's a decent tutorial that kind of comes along with it there. So we'll see how that goes. If we don't get to that tonight, I'm not overly fussed, because if we we have clear skies. So let's move to a different part of the moon while I'm kind of going on here. So I don't want to just jump around too quick. So we are at I think it's about an 80 some odd percent moon. I have to check. We're getting close to the full moon. Actually, Sunday, I think, is actually going to be a full moon. So we'll kind of take this time to peek at a little bit of the Terminator that we have available. And we'll have a look at some views here of the moon. But I do thank you guys for joining along here. And like I said, we're doing some live astrophotography tonight, so I am quite figuratively over the moon. But I mean, I love this little kind of little workaround that I found, and I'm pretty sure a lot of other people have as well, and hopefully those who haven't have discovered it on here. Yay! Happy to have provided that little tidbit of information for you guys. But we are this is about as close to a really real live shot of the moon, because that is, we're seeing all that turbulence in the atmosphere, that the movement of the moon, like it's just that's the air moving around in the atmosphere. So that's what causes bad photographs. Whereas when you're shooting the long exposures, there can be a little bit of wobbling in the atmosphere that can cause your guide camera to maybe shift a little bit in the wrong direction. So yeah, there's lots of different things. Old balls, hey son, hey pops, how you doing? How are you? We're on the moon. We're on the moon tonight. So we have a few new followers to the channel. Some new members of the observatory who have joined in the past few days. And we have Pentori, Tavarian, Rocket Sage, who I did do a raid on the other day, and she's a geologist, and she has a really fun channel. It's a bit of a varied stream, heavily geared towards geology, and kind of does some classes on there as well. And she plays some games on her channel, but yeah, generally overall positive place to be there. Old Neener and Misfit Act, thank them for following as well, for joining the observatory. It's great to have more people kind of coming in here, and just generally interested in looking at space. So right now we're looking at our closest satellite, that is the moon, and overall things are kind of really coming through nicely there. Just seems it's drifting away a little faster than I thought it should be. I should be tracking on lunar. Let's see. Nice shot. Thank you. Thanks, Pops. Yeah, like I said earlier on, there I was surprised to see some clear skies. What I thought was going to be a cloudy night. Either way we're going to have fun. But this is what we want to be doing. This is what we want to be seeing right there, right now. Is a clear shot of the moon. Like I said, it is almost a full moon, so we don't have a lot of the Terminator to be looking at. However, it always offers up some new views. Now, also, we've had, I've said it before, and I'll keep saying it again and jinx it as many times as possible. We have some decent internet coming through here, so if it cuts out, I'm going to be surprised. Not disappointed, but I'll be surprised. It's generally held steady for the most part. Right now we're getting as many shots of the moon as possible. Like I said, because it'll go behind the trees momentarily, or not momentarily, probably about maybe the next 10-15 minutes. So we're going to soak in as much of the moon as possible right now. It usually is the bane of our existence, and we kind of curse its presence sometimes in astrophotography. However, right now this is our object of affection. We're just getting some nice close-up shots of the moon. These are your the dark areas, the mare, and where is my? Now, also, how ill-prepared I was for the weather. I didn't have my tablet charged, so there might be some not sketchy information coming through, but just a delay in information. But yeah, happy to have you guys in here. Happy to be doing some imaging, and yeah, we're gonna take some other shots tonight of the sky's the limit, really. I mean, I did have a mild thought about cutting down a tree. Or not cutting down a tree, but doing a little bit of pruning. The big tree that's in the way. This guy here is that is a job a little too big for a solo chopping on there. So I'm going to have to hold off on that until other opportunities arrive. But like I said, we'll pretty much wait until we start seeing some of the branches kind of coming into the shot. And well, for the most part, we're not going to see. I'm going to see the branches in there. It's just going to come up as a little bit of shade. However, we are some decent shots coming through here. And let's let's see if we can pick some other areas to zoom in on the moon here. Like I said, we have this a fairly wide kind of view. Paul Rowe, how you doing tonight? Good to see you in here. How you been? All right, so in here we have the basically you got the Sea of Tranquility and not for lack of pronouncing the Latin name, the Serenity on this point here. Nothing too bad. What are you been up to? Well, I was going to be playing some Kerbal Space Program today, but a funny thing happened and the clouds buggered off. So we're doing some live imaging tonight as long as we can. The weather has it might change, and at that point I can change the format as well. You know, it's my stream. I'll do what I want, and I want to shoot the moon. But yeah, we're just taking a tour of our lonely little satellite up there. While it is impeding most of our other views. If I was to start taking some images, it would have a nice gradient awash over the image there. So we're not going to fight the moon. We're going to enjoy it. Sorry, and also, yeah, no, that's right. It's the Sea of Tranquility. Let's see what we can see on there. I suppose kind of as close as we can get on the moon. Like I said before, this kind of view is more reserved for focusing your stars. However, you do a little bit of a workaround, and we turn it into a really zoomed in shot of the moon. Now I could probably start cooling the camera down a little further because it is cool out. Actually, when I started things up tonight, it was the sensor was already at 1 degree below zero. Hey, Third Rock. Moon? Yes, moon. Yes, clear skies. Clear skies, moon. Which I'm very happy about. It's supposed to be cloudy, however, not. So yeah, we're just no clear skies where you are? I'm sorry. I think cloudy skies should only be reserved for for rainy day afternoons, and that's it, and it all clears out of the way. Sky. Last night we had all the clouds were on us. It will forever be moon after KSP. All right, I'm assuming I'll understand that a little more once I start playing Kerbal Space Program. I did pick it up yesterday on sale from with Steam's autumn sale, so I was looking forward to playing a little bit of it soon. And I was looking at it the day prior. I'm thinking, well, it's maybe it's not that bad of a price, and there's enough content in there that I'm starting fresh, so I'm probably not going to plow through it anytime soon. So there's plenty to go around there. And thankfully, I didn't buy it that day because basically a few hours later it went on sale, and yeah, happy with that. So we'll see if there's some hilariously fun frustrations to come with that game. I've only seen positive stuff about it, and I don't know how technically savvy we have to be on that there, but it may be a hilarious kind of frustrating time with that there. I said we'll see how that goes. Oop, wrong way. Actually, no, let's go with that. What? What are you doing, Stream Elements? And why are you controlling things? Why are you you are not my moderator, Stream Elements. Oh, sorry about that. I didn't realize that the Stream Elements bot was going to do that. It's today's APOD, eh? Alright, here, let's go over there. Alright, I'm going to, I'll check the settings on the bot there, because it shouldn't be doing that. Yes, and very, as well as you can, a happy Thanksgiving weekend to our friends in the States. Hopefully you guys are able to kind of celebrate the holiday as well as you can. You know, I did Canadian Thanksgiving in the UK back in October as well as I could, and I made a pretty damn good turkey crown with some stuffing and cranberries, and I ate way too much of it, and it was all good. But link in general Discord. Alright, cool. Yes, for those of you who are in here and have not joined our Discord, it is a work in progress. But happy to have you guys come in there. Is a Ripley. Turkey, stuffing, cranberry sauce, yams, mashed potatoes, corn, green beans, and bacon, rolls and pies. Sounds delicious. That's one thing I did. I didn't have pumpkin pie this year. I love pumpkin pie. I don't know what I had for dessert. Oh. Alright, so now the Astro bot jumps in with every single message I've told it to do. That is the astronomy picture of the day for today, and that is the Orion Nebula. There's M42, and it looks it very much is reminiscent of a turkey. DJ Billy Deadpool, how you doing tonight? Glad to see you in here. We got all sorts of good stuff going on tonight. We are under clear skies, surprise clear skies. I'm excited for that. That's an interesting process on there. Just kind of seeing all the, you know, how they've pulled out the kind of the rippling looking clouds on there. Lucy Grave, how you doing? I always had two Thanksgiving because my grandma is originally from Calgary. Excellent. Yeah, I had a friend of mine who did want to marry an American, so he could have two Thanksgivings, and that was basically his whole plot point for that mission. That it didn't turn out that way, but it turned out just fine for him anyway. So you know, yeah, that's it. What if you had to have only one side for your Thanksgiving? What could you not live without? I mean, for me, it was this old recipe from my aunt who had it was French beans with crispy onions, mushroom soup kind of mixed in there, a little Worcestershire sauce on it. It's fantastic. Ah. All right. Hello, Mrs. Third Rock. DJ Billy, thank you very much. Love your streams. How you doing, man? I'm loving this picture. I'm liking this picture too. This was astronomy's picture of the day, and the Orion Nebula kind of getting a little bit of a treatment, looking like a turkey tonight. So yeah, really cool. My brothers were snowbirds, so they came down for Thanksgiving October and go live in Arizona. Fair enough. Armstrong, how you doing, brother? I just looked back at the stream and thought, that looks like a turkey. Confirmed by looking at Third Rock's comment. That's it. There you go. That nebula is better than any of my drawings have ever been. Non-living things are better than me. Absolutely fascinating. Then we all had Thanksgiving November for us. It seems generally you're going to have, I guess, I mean, for me, Canadian Thanksgiving, we had the turkey, we had the mashed potatoes, and sometimes get some turnip in there. Yeah, just those green beans with crispy onions was always a side. Yeah, always overindulge at Thanksgiving there. This picture was taken by Eric Coles. It is interesting how the all like the gas in between there, but don't know. You'll have to get a hold of Mr. Coles and find out exactly what happened, because that's a really cool treatment of the area. It just seems more solid than other images that we've seen in the past. So yeah, the link for this and basically the NASA's APOD website is in our Discord server there, and yeah, every day they're going to they put up a new interesting picture, and yeah, it's in astrophotography. It's a lot of people really, it's an honor to be to have a NASA APOD. I think it's not still run by NASA directly now. I think it's a couple other former employees there who still run it, but just kind of keeping that tradition going, because that's just one of those things that everyone has to strive to attain an APOD now and then. I thought early on that I had a good-looking image until I actually got a good look at other good-looking images, and I don't have a good-looking image. I have a long way to go still. Although what is becoming of this Heart Nebula, not that I'm saying it's going to be an APOD, but been playing around with the StarNet processing to be able to remove the stars and just leave the nebula. It was looking pretty good. And that was going to be one of the little bits we were going to look at on the stream tonight. However, we have clear skies, so we're running with that. I just look at like these pictures. It's absolutely amazing how these pictures relate to everyday things. There's a lot of pareidolia that we see in space, and just trying to associate it with something out there. Okay, stream out. Sorry about that, DJ Billy. It seems like the stream elements is getting a little too big for its britches at the moment. Tux is not available. How are you doing? What's up? Yeah, sorry about that, DJ, but I don't know what's my settings have all of a sudden gone crazy there. The stream elements bot is yeah, just going to town on people for no reason. I don't see why. Did it say why it timed you out? Because it just said you're timed out for 120 seconds. He posted a link. Okay, alright, so it is links. Alright, for now, post the links in the Discord. Let me know, and I'll pop those up there, and I'll see what's switching up the permissions on there. Because generally, I don't think you guys can be throwing up any ridiculous links. Yeah, put them in the Discord for now, and then we'll let me know, and I'll retrieve them there. But yeah, for now, I'm going to jump back to the moon for a little bit there, because it can go behind the trees at any moment. Oop, wrong direction. I want to go down to the Tycho crater. That's always a good one to look at. For those of you who are just joining in, thank you very much. I am Tom. I am the Astro Canuck. We are shooting live images of space, and currently we are on the moon. Not physically on the moon. We're shooting the moon. There it is. There you go. The Tycho Brahe was the Danish astronomer that this area was named after. This crater right here, and it is actually, that is 85 kilometers across, or 41 miles. Yeah, the histogram is actually doing a pretty good job of doing automatically stretching this on the fly, which is cool. So I hate how the colors never come out with the dedicated cameras on the moon. I think it's because we use the IR cut filter. Alright. Hi, James Vade. I'm sorry Stream Elements has cut you off. Okay, I see it here. What's up, Canuck? Just got back from the desert with Board of One Sky yesterday. I only got about 3 hours of imaging due to wind and clouds, but it was fun. I got the rosette and pinwheel and some cool time lapses. Excellent. Exactly. I don't know what, like, it's, hang on, give me 2 seconds here. I'm going to fix this because it should not be doing this. Why is this? I didn't touch any of the settings for this thing. Yeah, I see it on I see a highlighted message on here. So how did that go? Tell me more about that there, and hopefully the bot doesn't time me out for telling a cool story. Stream Elements is like, is going crazy today. Let me see, I got a bot user, spam filters. Is that what we wanted there? Removes messages containing links which are not whitelisted. Emote protection. Paragraph. Is that it? I don't know if I do. Okay. Alright. Somebody post a link. A link to like an APOD site or something like that. Something that's safe. I want to see if it comes through there. And if not, I will untime you out. No worries. We are here as long as the skies are clear, and even then, we will. Well, we'll do what we can there. We'll keep the party going. Yeah, that seemed to. Nobody's getting timed out now. All right, I've switched things down because generally, things are cool on here. A messed up version of the Turkey Nebula. AndrewWalker.ca. How you doing tonight, sir? How are things? Wait, we have unsaved changes. What is... Hang on. Current bot name. Change to Astro bot. That's what we want. Come buy my wonderful products. There we go. Let's see. I'm good to hear that you're well. Good to hear that you are well. We are fantastic because we're on the moon. Right. Jumping back to Third Rock, agreeing with you on that comment about the kind of this cast that kind of comes over the moon. Just can't get a decent picture coming through there. Now also, again, I'm using the narrowband filter. That's the other. Still, that I've never seen those ripples within the nebula before. I've always seen like the wispy clouds and everything like that. So I'd be interested to see what filters they're using. Windy as hell, below freezing temperatures, with intermittent snow. Oof. Okay, I don't have snow, but we're getting into we're approaching some freezing temps tonight, and yeah, I noticed my desiccant filter was actually frozen, and the water hasn't actually drained out there. So I brought it inside to warm it up a little bit there, and hopefully it'll continue to do its job and keep away any of the dew from underneath there. I haven't shot Orion yet for it to see just how the color of the Orion Nebula kind of comes out there, because a lot of the other targets have been I still haven't had an overlap yet for a lot of the targets that I've shot before. So I'd be interested to see how Orion is going to look with the with this camera and filter there. But yeah, who mentioned about my picture getting a little smaller? I keep myself at a smaller profile on these images because we're not focusing on this. We're focusing on this. That's why I keep a smaller one up here. Because if I really want you guys to listen to what I'm saying, I'm going to do this. Well, for now, we'll go like this. Yeah, let's see. You have to turn tracking on and off again to go back to lunar. just kind of staying on the moon for as long as possible tonight, right now, until we kind of move on to other targets, which are just going to generally be washed out by the moon anyway. So let's get in closer on Tico. I really enjoy looking at the moon. It's been even, I've said it before, I repeat myself a lot, however, I don't shoot the moon often enough. It's just one of those targets. It's always there, and usually it's always, we don't want it there, unless you are kind of, if your sole purpose is to shoot the moon, and you love that thing getting up in the sky, and not ruining your other images of nebulae and galaxies. Yeah, there've been a few changes on the just the overall setup of things here. I've been trying to keep things a little more on stream, slowly changing things around, doing what I can to add some little tidbits, some little Easter eggs kind of here and there. There is one, but it's only through a very specific action, so unless that occurs tonight, we won't see that there. However, I did change up the logo. We have kind of evolved this next kind of design, which is more in line to our emotes. So those of you who have unlocked the emotes, or just through your channel points, or if you are a subscriber, you have 2 emotes available. And once we do reach, we have our next goal at the 25th subscription. There is when we are able to add another emote, and those milestones kind of come up to 50 overall subscribers, and at that point we have reached our max until the next accolade comes with somehow reaching partner on Twitch, but that's a long way off. Not expecting that for quite a while, but so that's not the sole purpose of it. The sole purpose is just to provide a place for you guys to just to look at space and enjoy the universe together here. Right. Hey, First Fusion. How you doing, Fusion? Good to see you here. Yeah, DJ Billy, we're on the moon. We're shooting images of the moon as much as possible before it goes behind the trees there. It's starting to get there now. It looks like it might be behind the trees through the camera, but it's we're still getting some shots of it there. Which on Third Rock, you say, there you go, that's what I managed last year. The core is still blown out, but weather denied me last year. Was that was that in, there we go. Alright, cool. So that was last year's. Nice. I haven't got a wide field image of Orion, so I've only basically kind of shot the core. But I love these wide field shots because you get that better sense of everything that's around there. But again, see, I like you see the wispiness in your image there. You know, whereas the other one is for some, whatever filter they've been using and kind of getting more of the clouds there, it kind of takes away from it. It makes it look like a solid mass rather than this you know, this area that's kind of blown out in space. So yeah, I do like these treatments of it a lot better. But that's just me. My lunar tracking is not working with a. Let's go back to auto there. Oh, no, come back, Moon. I'm going the other side now. But yeah, still very, very happy with the weather right now. I love the wide field after owning a C8. The deep stuff, in my opinion, is only really good for planets, planetary nebula, and smaller galaxies. That's why went for an 80mm APO triplet as my next scope. I feel you on that as well. I think just even for me, for some of the images that I processed with the 72 ED refractor that I have, it's almost the processing is different as well. It just kind of comes out that much better almost. I don't know. It also may be just because I was shooting at like, you know, like f3 almost with the reducer on there. That massive white dot looks like the bit that's sucking on everything there. It's that is the crater called Copernicus, and that is almost 100 kilometers across. There's a more close-up view of it. A little exaggeration on the histogram there, but that is a there you go. That's it. There's so everything on the moon looks so tiny to us, and because we don't have that kind of point of reference on exactly what these sizes are, we can't. When we see all of a sudden here, that's 100 kilometers, or 96 kilometers if you want to kind of go exactly what's in there on the records there. But still, it's larger than your city that you might be in. Oh, so I had a plan thwarted. I wanted to install a remote observatory with a corrected Dahl-Kirkman at my mom's in Bortle 3 skies. Found out I can't. She's in a radio quiet zone of the Green Bank radio telescope. Oh. Huh. What's the radius be on that there? Just imagine the power of our naked eye. If our naked eyes could actually tell how big something is just by looking at it. Yeah, I think that'd be interesting to be able to kind of gauge the size of things. Like a lot of people, you can't see the moon landing areas from Earth. Essentially, you need to be looking at the lunar reconnaissance orbiters and to kind of get images from those. And even then, they're very, very tiny. So, you're looking at this crater, and again, the scale of it. Imagining that you can fit like you can fit like a city in there, and still have room to you know, to expand outwards there. I mean, I could install an observatory, but every time I fired it up, she would get a knock at the door or a phone call. Oop, son of a biscuit. All right, guys. Tom, you sound a little hollow. Have you remembered to pin your mic on tonight? I went to do a little fake knock at the door and I realized that my microphone wasn't on my chest. Guys, if you hear me hollow, let me know. Oh, turns down speakers again. I'll talk in lower registers. First comment should always be mic check. Yes, there should be. I gotta make a channel reward on that, or a points reward for a mic check. Oh, crater's getting away from us there. Let's recenter. Although now it looks like or get your bot to program something. I guess I could do that. I'd have to program the bot. It will only pump out as much information as I tell it to, which is also why, for some reason, it would, now that it's essentially kind of turned off, will yes, I have. I moved it from usually the restrictions are purely around intentional radio transmitters. I'd be surprised if you could make an imaging rig fairly quiet. I know that for radio astronomy there's a certain bandwidth that is you know, dedicated to be quiet. And I think I can't remember who was saying it was. I think it was the noisy astronomer. She was mentioning that eventually that is going to change. I don't think it's anytime, you know, within our lifetimes, but the radio signals will eventually shift. I have to check on where I heard that exactly. It was actually during the Universe Today's virtual star party when she was talking about that, how there's those restricted bands of the radio waves, so we can actually get these signals from space. What are the lines around the crater? All this here, this would be the ejecta. From the impact of the craters, it's just kind of blowing out the lunar regolith around to all the dirt. And, you know, because there's no atmosphere on the moon, it's largely going to remain undisturbed. Imagine we find Thor's hammer in a crater on the moon. That's it. We have found Mjolnir. It's buried deep in Copernicus. It's fairly uncomfortable. Everything's getting louder in my ear. It's not just me. Actually, I can't even hear me. I have to get that, was that voice meter or something like that? Okay, I can at least monitor myself so I can hear. You should have your own show on Discovery Channel. It would be great. I have my own show. It's on Twitch. It's right here. I think it's okay. All right, it looks like, let's see, where's the, where are we at with the moon? Yeah, actually it looks like it's maybe fogging, a little hazy out there. Or it could just be because the moon is like facing directly into things there. Now I did also anticipate that chances are if it is actually going to be foggy out, the alternate plan is to do what we were going to do originally. However, you know, we'll get some, try to get some shots. This also could just be that the moonlight is just right into the camera. But we'll have a look there. But the moon, the image of the moon is getting a little dim. That is because it looks like we are shooting kind of through the tree right now. So our cell phone won't even work at home. That's your mom's cell phone. Like she's that near like a radio. Which one was it there? The seems crazy. There should be an allowance to run the noise equipment in little Faraday boxes or something. The whole houses are just fitted with those. Actually interesting, kind of shooting through the tree. It's kind of creating a bit of right, 92, the Green Bank Radio Observatory. There we go. The trees kind of softening things up a little bit there. But everyone you will see on TV, and they actually understand how interesting this is. You will cure people's boredom of sitting at home on the weekends, and you will inspire them to look at some astronomy content. Well, I appreciate that. I do hope that you know, have maybe increased some curiosity inside people who have tuned in. You know, it's I love astronomy and I love astrophotography, and hopefully that kind of comes across to you guys as well, because I'd hate to be almost, I wouldn't want to be sounding preachy or anything about this stuff, or you know, just telling you this is exactly how it goes, and you know, you anything else contrary to what I say is incorrect. And you know, I'm trying to share as much information as I can, and you know, getting, like I said, from my information from reliable sources, so I'm not kind of relaying the wrong stuff back to you guys. And you know, as I said before, if there's anything that I've that you feel that I need to be corrected on, go ahead, because I'm happy to get that right information out there. All right, just posted some images on the Discord from the other night in the desert. Oh, cool. That's the pinwheel and the rosette. Open original. Yes, yes, I will. Nice. I love that wide field shot. The stars are coming out nice, and also you got some other galaxies in the shot there as well. Excuse me. Very nice. And this is from the desert in Portal One. Did you have any filters on this at all, or was it just straight into the camera? Man, you got like everything in this image. How did I miss how long these? How long was the integration on this there? Yesterday I was looking outside and I caught my my eye on the color of the sky. It was actually a nice reddish orange, really fascinating. So just that sunset there. I think it's. I like seeing the stars kind of slowly come into view as the sun sets. You know, it's one of those things like, you know, they're there the whole time, but until the sun is no longer impacting on the atmosphere. It's only 16 minutes on the pinwheel and maybe an hour on the rosette. Super cropped on the rosette, no filters on a DSLR. That's tremendous. That's only 16 minutes on that, eh? Right, I really like the star color. Let's come out there. Again, the star colors are coming through really, really nice on these. You know, just like just the comparison between the areas of the rosette and the pinwheel. You know, we're looking, you know, more into the band of the Milky Way with the Rosette Nebula. You can see there's just this. The stars are just kind of littered in the area there, whereas when we're looking at the pinwheel, it's much more open. We're looking out away from the core. Yeah, for 16 minutes on that's looking really nice. It's well done on the processing there. It's a pretty standard way to image, but there's no wrong way to process. As processing astrophotos is an art. At the end of the day, it does not matter what anyone says about your images, just as long as you like them, and that's all that matters. Just my advice to anyone that joins in these adventures. That's it. I've always said before, just you're imaging, ultimately you're doing these images for you. If you're not, you know, we're always going to be critical of our own images. However, it's the kind of the growth that comes from working on the images. Like, I've gone back and processed images a few times, and sometimes I'm happy with it and sometimes I'm not, but it's just that it's the fun of doing the images. And like, I know a lot of people enjoy the you know, the processing of it, or some can't be bothered with processing and they just you know, just slap together a little bit of an image there and they call it done. But you know, it's I see no reason to why you would want to bash anyone's images there, because that's, you know, that could be their very first image, and if, you know, someone takes the wind out of their sails right away, then what have you done, really? You know, you've tried to rob the night sky from somebody, and I think every photo is going to be fantastic to look at there. And I may have missed a couple of messages. I can't even imagine what the sky looks like in a Bortle 1 area. I mean, especially if there's a lot of the sky available, I feel spoilt for choice, really. The reason I say that is when I got into this May, I joined a Discord to try and learn. I was shunned and told I sucked and needed to quit. I left that Discord and taught myself, so I learned the hard way of what worked and what didn't. That's, I hate that. Because why? Don't tell someone they suck. There's no, what growth do you get from that? You know, like, going to job interviews and then saying, no, you didn't get the job. Oh, can I get some feedback on that? No, we don't have any. Then how are you going to grow? That's the exact same. That's me walking to a job interview and they say, you suck, and move on. You know. No, it's like we're here to help each other as much as possible. We're all here to win. There's no real competition of this. It's just who can. It's not who can shoot the night sky the best. I mean, I'm just that frustrates me. There have been a few times I've seen posts on Facebook and other groups in there, and I don't want to be like an armchair activist on things like that sometimes. However, I would want to just kind of reach through and give people a bit of a smack upside the head and just ask, what are you thinking? Why are you doing this? Don't be a dick. That's, I don't know. It's unfortunate that people think that that they are a bigger person for putting someone down. Yeah, no, I know there's a lot of the west coast of the western United States that's under dark skies that I definitely want to see. Yeah, I don't see why you'd want to put someone down for any of these images. Like I take some real stinkers as well. It's for the odd time when I'm really happy with an image, but there's more often than not I'm thinking, well, that's kind of rubbish. But at the same time, I enjoyed the process. Like I enjoyed doing this. And if you, like I said before, you put someone down, and that could be something they're really proud of. Even with some other people who have bought equipment and people are saying, okay, first thing you got to do is throw that out because that's garbage. And meanwhile, this person is absolutely excited to start to image the night sky in whatever way they can. And why you're trying to rob someone of that excitement? Why? Because you're bitter about something else? No. Like, share as much of your work as possible. That's the only way we're going to discover new techniques and new friends and new ways, new objects that we haven't really thought of imaging before, and just enjoying the night sky in general, because things can be a little hairy down here. So look up once in a while and just enjoy what's up there. Now, the only competition there is who can spend enough time on an image to get an APOD. After you get at least one APOD, I think it's all over. I think when I first kind of started out, I'm thinking, yeah, I got to be able to do an APOD, but that's like low on my list of things. Like what's high on my list is sharing the night sky with you guys. Those who may not have a clear sky right now. Those who may be in a really light polluted area. Those who may not be able to afford any equipment to try and take their own images. The people who do these, sharing these images is, there's a lot of people I see online doing things like this, and I really think there should be more, because we're all going to have different views of the night sky. Like I only have a small window to the east, so it's not a wide area of the night sky. Like I said, oof. All right, that might also be fog rolling in there. Or how did you get good? Sorry, catch myself for a second here. It's a part of learning. That's why I tell people the best scope is a scope that you'll use every clear night. That's it. That's I think there's no one trick scope. There's no magic piece of equipment that's going to do the job for you. You know, I think for this setup that I'm doing right now, this is it's borderline not. I can easily, if I had to set it up, sometimes I could easily talk myself out of imaging some nights. You know, because this is, I have it set up in a semi-permanent way. You know, I was quickly able to set up tonight, and it looks like the fog is kind of rolling in now, so we might be pooched for that. Hey, James, thank you very much for the bits. Thanks for showing my images, Tom. Glad you like them. I live in the western United States, very close to a few international dark sky reserve sanctuaries. Make it out here and you won't regret it. You know, I do have... thank you for the bits. I appreciate that so much there. I do have plans to do some road trips out in the western United States. And, you know, definitely want to... you know, check out Meteor Crater, kind of any other craters that are around in North America. I have to check out what's around in the UK. But yeah, it's you know, a goal to try and get to some dark sky sites and do some remote imaging, and yeah, just seeing more areas, because you know, every spot is going to kind of give you a bit of a different view of things. And like I've been on the equator, and I've managed to get a glimpse of the southern skies in the airplane. You know, and yeah, I just want to, you know, to see as much as possible. I definitely want to somehow at some point get to Australia or New Zealand or something like that, and you know, image the large and small Magellanic Clouds and just see them, you know, even if it's just visually, you know, if they don't have a rig. I want an RC, IDK, CDK, but they're not in the budget at the moment. And for what I currently have planned for my 80 millimeters, pardon me, is the right tool for the job. Spoiler, mosaics. Meteor Crater is 3 hours from home, and I've still never been. Feeling guilty now. Yeah, that's the you. Sometimes the places that are closest just don't have to, or just for some reason fall on the back burner. You know, when I first moved to the UK, it was we were going to London any chance we'd get, and you know, after being here for 10 years now, it's barely. I've been to London maybe like 5 times in the last 6 years. You know, you know, getting to you need to sometimes be more of a tourist than a local there. Yeah, I do want to be able to shoot some mosaics with the refractor, and even like, you know, getting the spacing right with this scope. I definitely want to try and do a bit of a mosaic on something like maybe the rosette. Yeah, definitely. We'll once things are you know, under control, we'll see more public star parties going on, and able to you know, to do more of this under you know, under the night sky together. Alpha Unity, how you doing? What are we looking at? Well, we were looking at the moon. It's looking like we're slowly getting clouded out here. So it looks like we're gonna either kind of pack, not so much pack things up, but maybe I'll take a a step away from here, and maybe see that I may have to cover the scope up, but that would not be the end of the stream, because like I said before, we do have I did have originally some other plans to go for the night, so we will see how that goes. But yeah, it looks like the this fog. I'm looking at fish from my window. I live in the 3rd floor of my building. Fish are said to be relaxing. Although for me, it's the moon. As much as we can kind of shoot it through these clouds and through the tree, I think we're probably. Oh wait, Israel is drowning. You got flooding going on, because that's less than favorable. Hey, so adorable. How you doing? Oh, well, hopefully things will subside for you guys. You can kind of dry up there. Oh, lousy weather. All right, let's see if it's there's a shark out there. Now, if you find Nemo, let us know, so we'll know where to send. That's a car. I'm fantastic. I'm glad you're awesome, so adorable. Now it's it might be a little less awesome, because this fog might actually be coming. Now let me see if I'm going to have a quick look on the. Let me see what the clouds are doing right now, because maybe it's only temporary. Because like I said before, it was possibly going to be cloudy for a little bit, so this might just be a passing. Now it's suddenly changed. Let's see what's the what are my cloud conditions? I'm going to butcher the name. Grizzy Wachu. Grizzy, how you doing? We are. I'm just checking to see if these clouds are going to subside, so we can kind of get back to doing some imaging. Hey. All right. Now it looks like it might. Doing great, excellent. Good to hear that. Good to see more Astro content on Twitch. Hey, it's a little bit of my contribution to things, and I do what I can. We usually are taking some live astronomy images, and for the most part, we've actually been trained on the moon because, well, it would block any other image that we're going to try to do now. All right, channel points to the rescue. Fabulous. Yeah, just we're on the moon, and we are. I guess I'm going to wait for it to see if the clouds might clear up a bit. So I might park the scope for a tiny bit, because the moon is kind of going behind the large tree in my back garden. I am in the east of England. And whenever we have clear skies, I do want to image the night sky as much as possible and share these with you. The sun is waking up too. I've had some clear days in the past this week, and new sunspots are great. When I started, I got some solar filters for my older scope, and it was at the point when we were at solar minimum. So I stared at a white disc for the whole summer, and not that it was unremarkable by any means. I mean, we're looking at the sun. However, there was, I think maybe I saw one sunspot, and that was about it. And after seeing what some other people are doing with some of the hydrogen alpha filters with some of the solar scopes, I do want to maybe kind of be able to do some daytime astronomy farther down the road. We'll see how that goes now, because some of those bits of equipment can be pretty pricey. I have a question. No, wait, I'm dumb. I was about to ask if you can do this while it rains. We wish we could. We wish that there was a filter, some kind of cover, some kind of some kind of tool that we could image as much as possible. However, let's see, what do we got going on here? We're pretty much going behind the. I guess you can do radio astronomy. I've never. I don't. I'd like to see. There's other things that I would like to try out with imaging in some way, shape, or form. That's right. But the radio signals would punch right through there. They're. It's not so much visible astronomy that you're doing with with radio astronomy there. Whereas you're just registering the radio waves coming through. Now give me 2 seconds. I'm just going to poke my head outside and just see if it's foggy or if it's cloudy, or see what the view to the west is. So I'll be back in 2 seconds, and I'll give you guys a little wave from out there as well. Be right back. Where's my BRB screen? There we go. Hey, Grizzly Watcher! Thank you very much for the follow there. Appreciate you joining the observatory. Welcome to our community. We are a fun little group of astronomy enthusiasts and inquiring minds. And yeah, well, like I said before, I'm Tom. I'm the Astro Canuck, and we are imaging the night sky as often as possible. Whenever it's clear, we're going to be shooting images. Unfortunately, right now, it's getting foggy out there, so I'm going to park the scope, and maybe we'll see if this kind of clears up there. It does say that the weather's going to clear up a little bit, although it's only 9:45 at the moment. So when did that say it was going to clear up? Possibly at like 1 in the morning there. So hey, we'll all right, Alpha, no worries. We'll thanks for lurk and stay dry as much as possible out there. Hey Bubba Zelnik, how you doing, Ma? Good to see you. Thanks for coming in. Yeah, put the big. If anybody has some large fans they can lend me, so I can kind of get rid of these clouds, that'd be greatly appreciated. You're good. All right. Yeah, don't drown, Alpha. We need. We need you here, man. All right. I'm going to park the scope. Actually, I'm gonna do that. Right, it has gotten fairly foggy out there, so we'll see if that will pass. If not, I may have to cover up the scope, and we'll continue on with the we'll switch to what is my cloudy night or rainy day astronomy, and we'll have a look at some other things there. Just make sure that parks properly. Everybody's happy chappy. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff that you got to get for, well, not a lot that you have to get for solar, but if you're just looking, if you're trying to look beyond the white light, then yeah, it can start to get kind of pricey on things there. I think even the solar filter that I bought for my my 5-inch scope was like 25 pounds. Not too bad. But then the other filters that I had, I think it came up to almost. I had a solar continuum filter, and then the UV IR cut filter. And it really started to add up there. I think it was probably almost close to 100 pounds for those two filters, and you know, it did help with like the contrast and the views, but I was still only seeing that basically that white. I was only seeing all the light coming through there. So you know, those prices do start to jump up as soon as you are trying just to image the hydrogen alpha, which looks much more interesting than the white light, because you can see the you know, for the on the sun you can see the all the details and the sunspots and the filaments and everything with you know, with those specific wavelengths on the filters there. So I think something like that would definitely kind of open up a more options for when we're doing this, so it's not just restricted to you know, during the day when it's nice and clear, all of a sudden the clouds roll in at night, and it's not favorable there. H alpha is a commitment. White light is a nice complement to nighttime imaging. That's it, and like everything that does come out through like the H alpha is it looks so much better. So there's so much more detail, and everything else that kind of gets blocked out there. So you're really seeing a lot of the interesting bits there. So for those of you who have joined into the channel, thank you very much for coming in there. And I am Tom. I'm the Astro Canuck, and usually we are shooting live images of the night sky. However, as you can see down here, we are experiencing some fog rolling through. I am in the east of England, and stereotypically here we are with a foggy London eve. Now we were looking at the moon a little earlier, and I think that was probably going to be about the only target we were going to see early on, because everything else would be washed out for my views of the for getting any other meaningful photos coming through there. Mars was already heading behind the tree, so we weren't going to get any shots of Mars tonight. However, previous broadcasts that we've done. We do have some live, at the time, shots of Mars there. But yeah, for tonight we might we might be switching things up, and we'll see how the clouds are going to to play along, if they're going to play along with us. Because it looks like, what time is it now? It's about 10 o'clock. So it looks like things may not actually. Okay, things get really, really clear at about 1, 2 in the morning. Now we'll see how things go. You know, I had the rough plan of seeing how Kerbal Space Program goes, and maybe looking at some of the other images that we had taken before. There was the Heart Nebula that we processed, but I've also downloaded the StarNet processing program plugin, and that's kind of netted some interesting results out of there. So there's you know, we'll maybe have a look at that in a bit there. But for now, we'll hope the cloud or the fogs are the fog and clouds are going to go away much sooner than it says there. It looks like it's iffy. It's iffy with like almost like definite clear skies at a little after 1 in the morning. We'll see how things go there. I may actually probably cover up the scope in the meantime, so we don't have any extra dew forming on there, or any fog settling on the lens. So I actually, let's see. Actually, I'm not going to cover it right up right now, because that'll be. I'm going to just throw the cover, not the cover, the lens cap. Be 2 seconds there. All right, 1 second. Be right back. Just gonna throw the caps on the scope there. Well, thank you guys for sticking around there. Um, yeah, it's I can just feel how much dew is on the how much condensation is on the scope there. So it's I'm gonna cover it up for now so we don't get any extra water on things. But let me fix up. Why is this one? There we go. Right. Lock that down. Yes, thanks for sticking around there. We'll cover things up for right now, and if it does get clear, then we'll take things back off there, and hopefully there won't be as much condensation on the scope there. So saving for mono, since it's going to cost about 10,000 for filters and camera and filter wheel. It can get costly. It is this is what a lot of money can go into this hobby, this lifestyle, these options of what we want to be shooting here. That's why it's a very nice sounding setup for third rock there. I'm trying to keep my rig pretty portable, hoping to build an astrophotography van to travel to dark skies when I can. I'm trying to figure out the best way to do that without Wi-Fi, using mostly solar power and batteries. Bought an HEQ5 for it, now I'm trying to figure out the rest. I had a thought of kind of a similar idea with a kind of a mobile unit for astrophotography, and I did do a little snooping around online to see what other people had done. And I think it's almost being able to support, if you're just taking the rig out of the van and setting up on whatever surface you're doing on, that's fine. I was almost thinking more of a rig that was going to be, you kind of open up the back like a almost like a roll-off observatory, and the scope is kind of mounted on there, and just drive around with that. But apparently you need to make sure that everything is nice and solid, otherwise any wind will kind of really vibrate the whole van or anything like that there. Let's see, the wife and I are looking at homes in the southwest in Bortle 2 skies. With property we can build an observatory and host star parties. And probability is why I went to my C8, the 80mm from my C8. That does sound cool. I mean, that's picking out areas to live in. I'm am more conscious of, is this a good spot for astrophotography? Is there going to be enough space? Do we have are the views correct? It's been so long that I've been cut off from the south that I want to have as much of a 360 view as possible. If NASA can do it with Sophia, I'm sure you can shoot deep sky from driving a van. I don't know if we all have the budget of NASA, but it's nice to. It's good to know that yes, we can. That there is. It's possible to get images from a moving object. But yeah, we'll work with our terrestrial budgets to the best of our abilities there, and try to capture as much as we can. Man, that fog is really rolling in there. That is unfortunate. But yeah, when I went out there and felt the scope, everything was pretty wet. So I might even throw another Deskin filter underneath there a little later. I just wanted to get stuff covered up for now. Keep any extra moisture off of that. Just let the camera cool down. It's still sitting about 0. The sensor, even with the cooler off, it's probably not going to get any warmer than where we're at right now with the temperature. But we'll see if things kind of go on long enough, and you know, the skies clear up. It's just a quick uncover of the scope, and everything should still be relatively in focus, or in focus enough for what we want to do. Whoop. There we go. Good luck with the weather. I'm completely clouded out just across the water in the Netherlands. Well, hello there, neighbor. Yeah, I was hoping that we were going to have some clear. Well, we had clear skies. That was enough to get me really excited for tonight's stream, and at least now there's the opportunity to maybe check out Kerbal Space Program in a bit there, but also maybe look at a couple of the images of what's possible by using the StarNet plugin, and removing some of the stars from the Astro photos and really punching things up there. Sophia is kind of suspended, whereas doing it in a car won't work unless we have a way of self-leveling the scope that can adjust for the vibration of the engine, and also giving a lot of thought. I wanted to turret mount a Rasa on a Humvee. That would be interesting to see. That's it. What could look mildly threatening ends up being incredibly amazing. Humvee, shoot those damn stars. Get them. Capture them photons. Take no prisoners. Well, such is the life of astrophotography, where we're completely at the mercy of the clouds. Although if we want to build a rudimentary radio astronomy telescope, then who's going to stop us from being the next, being Arecibo's replacement, a very tiny replacement. I'm just gonna have the mount in the van, take it out, set it up, take pictures. You guys are getting out of control here. No, you want to shoot on the go. You want to be able to drive in perpetual darkness. Let's go right across the country, drive the night, drive into the night. That's it. No stopping. It's foggy here as well. Foggy in Canada as well. It's foggy everywhere. If anybody has clear skies, raise your hand, and we'll try and get to your area as soon as we can there. I wanted to be able to drive out on top of the mountains, assemble a scope, and sit in the Humvee, image, and have a PC and controllers built in something cool to take out the star parties and summer schools, camps, etc. I do like the idea of that. I mean, like, for a really quick setup, I mean, looking at what the Stellina can do for that telescope, and being able to have multiple people connect their phones to it is a good start for all this. But at the same time, it's a small refractor in there, right? So being able to have a fair-sized rig, also for the most part, something that looks like a telescope. I mean, I like that, how it's the size of the Stellina, but at the same time, I want a telescope to look like a telescope. That's just just my view on that there. It's a typical Pacific Northwest Thanksgiving, nothing but clouds. But you have is the Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade tomorrow then? Yeah? Or was that today? When was Thanksgiving? Is it today or tomorrow? Or is tomorrow just Black Friday? I want a worldwide law, at least one telescope in every home. Today is Thanksgiving. Okay. Well, again, happy Thanksgiving to our friends in America. Tomorrow's Black Friday. Is there any interesting Black Friday sales coming up as well? Because aside from not needing a TV, and that seems to be like one of the popular items, I want to partake in some way, shape, or form. Mainly in the... See, I haven't seen... I have to take a look, see if there's any of the UK companies are doing any astrophotography deals or any astronomy stuff. 9 a.m. for Black Friday. I mean, if there's like international sales at that time, I have to almost weigh out what are the options of the import fees. You know, if I'm going to be ordering any other telescope gear, is it going to be, you know, where is the any sales going to be worth it there? OPT Black Friday doorbusters. Hey, there we go. Definitely confirmed that the bot is not being as gung ho with the. Let's see, what do we got there? What save 27 bucks on a Poolmaster. All right, good luck keeping the L Extremes in stock long enough there. I mean, I use a Poolmaster, and I think it's worth every penny for the time it's actually saved me on setting up for polar alignment there. Macy's Parade is at 6 a.m. for us here on the West Coast, 9 a.m. for the East Coast. Well, at least you guys get the parade done and dusted, and then you have the rest of the day to do whatever you need. A gift included. What's included with it? What gift is included here? More on the way in 14 to 28 days. Oh, I don't even think there's anybody in the UK who has the L Extremes in stock. Oh, you get okay. All right, a free AC power supply isn't the worst. However, just include a power supply in these cameras, you know? It's having to... You get your camera, you're all ready to go, and then you don't have your cooling capability because your power cord hasn't come in at the same day as the rest of your equipment. $19 on a IDIS filter. I was looking for an Optolong L-enhance recently. No luck. No, it's kind of as soon as everybody had noticed exactly how well this thing works, they were gone. Can't keep those things in stock. Six-inch Richie Chrétien 407. That's about, I guess, 6-inch TPO here is about, it's the Ioptron model. It's about 399 pounds. Plus maybe £7 for shipping. I gotta say, it's nice to see some sales. However, you know, I think Black Friday, and it's like, you know, you're getting 30-40% off on things there. Hey, only $6,200 for a Hobum Crux. Although for what they do, it's the money's got to be worth that there. Interesting. There you go. $944 for an 8-inch TPO. Save $50. Carbon fiber, $13.76. All right, I gotta say, I got mine for a steal then. Very happy with that then. If that's what the what's the regular price? $14.49. Yeah. Very happy with that deal there. You're on your camera off the dew heater. Now I was looking at the dew heater that I was looking to get did have two 12-volt outputs on there, so I would be able to run my mount and the camera off of that there, so eliminating a couple of extra plugs or extra cords kind of dangling around there. And plus I'd be able to control the temperatures. Oh, look at that, it actually shows like a live view on... Oh no, it's not live. I've never actually clicked on Discord while the thing was running. Honestly, I feel the Acer should have 12-volt out ports. What does the Pro have? Does it not have... What is the... or is it just... The original or the Pro? I think the Pro... I think the Pro has the 12-volt outputs. Yeah, the Pro has them on there. Although another thing, it's $299 at for OPT, but it's also like the same. They just changed the currency sign here. I think it's still another. I think it's like 300 and some odd pounds here. So in a way, to go over there with pound sterling, you might be able to get a good value for your money on that there. Personally looking at the Eagle. Now I did look at the at Prima Luce stuff, which, you know, it looks like they definitely put out some good stuff there. And I mean, also right away with having an antenna on these ones, you know, at least you don't have your Wi-Fi antenna kind of buried within the equipment there. Like I said before, the ASI Air Pro does have a problem with their Wi-Fi signal, so a lot of people are kind of retrofitting this with an antenna or another Wi-Fi extender. But it's just a bit of a bummer that you have to, you know, you gotta MacGyver your equipment the same day you buy it, you know. could look into the Eagles as a mobile setup. It's a laptop without a screen, and you can connect them via a tablet, laptop, or phone. They produce their own Wi-Fi connect to. Yeah, you can use them as a just as an entire your own little mobile computer. So you do all your processing and everything on there as well. If you're doing something like that there, I think. Yeah, I guess it is depending on what you're going to be doing. I mean, I guess for what I'm doing, that would almost mildly make sense. I like the Eagle because at home I can connect the Eagle via Ethernet. There you go. I've tried to connect the original ASI Air with the Ethernet, but that didn't work, which was annoying because you still have to have have it picking up the Wi-Fi signal, which is annoying for that there. However, I got it to work. I have it working on the laptop here, so for that, I'm happy with the way that's working there. So it's it serves its purpose for what I need it to do, whereas other people are going to have some different expectations out of the equipment there. But yeah, let's have a look at. Let me. I may have to shut something down just to get the things going. I might move over to Photoshop and just have a look at what has kind of come out with that StarNet++. And really, it was more. I was gonna do a stream last night, and then just kind of gremlins started popping up in the machine, and it was just. It was rolling on 11:30. I'm thinking, well, am I going to get into doing a stream at that hour? At least for me, it could have definitely could have rolled over to much later in the evening, depending how things go. I run my mount via Ethernet and working on cameras over the Ethernet as well because it's faster than USB, more stable than Wi-Fi. Yeah, I had. Some issues with actually even just my kitchen door, my studio door being closed, where that was actually interfering with the Wi-Fi signal from the ASI Air, and it would just keep dropping out. I mean, the system is gonna keep running on its own, but it's just being able to monitor those images coming through. That you want to be able to keep an eye on things, and yeah, really until I kind of got the security camera or the outside camera kind of set up there, I was always kind of keeping an eye on the guide chart just in case something started going wonky, because then I figured that was going to be any problems with what's going on there. And I think I might even turn off the ASI Air for now if it's getting really wet out there and bring it in. We'll see. So yeah, the Eagle Core. No, so that's the Eagle Core. There's other ones that are much larger. Yeah, was it there's the Eagle 3. That's a little bigger there. Where's the other? Yeah, I mean, you're getting into basically the price of a computer with this one, because it's at $1,500. It's gonna, it's gonna do what you want to do for any for any remote controls of your mount there, your scope. But yeah, it's definitely going to be a much larger investment for your for what you're doing there. However, if this is what your goal is, then yeah, definitely fine, go for that. I'm a big fan of any kind of kit that's going to make astronomy, astrophotography more accessible to people. And you know, if this is what you want to be able to do with your setup, then that's fantastic. But yeah, we're all sorts of good. I'm happy with my little Raspberry Pi. The Pro 3 is i5, 16 gigabyte, 500 gigabyte SSD. Yeah, and at that point you're into a whole laptop situation, or a small little desktop computer, and yeah, I mean your whole system is just based off of that, and that's it. And you don't have to worry about, you know, you can use your laptop, or you can use a tablet to kind of control everything there. So yeah, I think I'm all for all this remote use on things there. Yeah, exactly. You know, you can get a little monitor set up, mouse, keyboard, just a little, or yeah, and that's it. You know, you're good to go. You know, spend your main money on what's going to help make your life a little easier there. But so far, there's advantages to doing you know, remote imaging, and you know, having a hardwired system, depending on, you know, just I guess your location, your setup. I did a lot of my early astrophotography stuff with my laptop outside, and I wasn't comfortable with leaving my equipment outside. You know, even if I was out there and maybe kind of in and out of the house, but you know, having the smaller Raspberry Pi computer out there that's doing everything that I need it to do. It's just that one little level of convenient, little bit of comfort there. Cable management purposes is the problem. I like it because of cable management. The problem that plagues us all. Yes, I've seen some incredible rat's nests with some rigs there, and even though I don't have a multitude of cables on here, but at the same time, it's like, yeah, I can see how it can get quickly out of control, especially if you're adding a lot more equipment on there. And I think once the dew heater kind of rolls in there, I'm going to have some more cables kind of kicking around that I'm going to have to definitely make sure stay out of the way. And I think the most tricky one is going to be the secondary mirror, and having the dew heater on that, because I'm going to have to carefully run the wires along the I've forgotten the name along the secondary mirror, along its the supports along there, and you kind of hide that really well, so we're not getting any weird shape in one of the diffraction spikes. And yeah, just kind of running the cable in a way that's going to not interfere with anything else there. It'll be a bit of a task to kind of get that set up, but that's something I'm looking to try to get in place in the next few weeks, and that way we don't have to worry too much about condensation building up. I mean, it's kind of foggy out right now, so that's a little harder to deal with except you know, when it's kind of clear, but you still have a little more condensation building up on your scope. So we are at the mercy of the weather. I'll probably be leaning more towards hardwiring everything rather than remote. Dark skies in the mountains don't have Wi-Fi unless I can get a Starlink. I'm thinking just one imaging laptop to control a mountain camera. I mean, there's been other bits of equipment that are going to work out that way, to kind of keep things hardwired. And what was the latest one with Astro Backyard, and that was the Asus laptop that was kind of almost weatherproof and kind of designed for more of the outdoor image processing. That seemed to be an interesting bit of equipment there. That I haven't seen much more on it aside from the video that he did a few months ago now. But I think if that's kind of what you're doing, you're more outside with your equipment there, then I guess something like that can be an option. You know, less to worry about. That's the other thing, is like I'm always worried about dropping something. As careful as I am, it's just one of those things where you have like that sitcom TV moment thinking, I'm not going to drop anything, and all of a sudden you flail and that's it. And it's like a bad infomercial all of a sudden, and you're trying to figure out how to claim that on insurance. They make some that are really thin. Astrophotography Paul from the Netherlands might be able to give you some help. He made for his newt. All right, cool. Yeah, I did. There's like two. There's one mirror, one dew heater that's specifically designed for an 8-inch Ritchie Chrétien, or a 6 or 8-inch, depending on. Doesn't matter which one really, but I'm just worried that I have to take apart a portion of the secondary mirror to get it on there, and that's not what I want to do. I don't want to be mucking about with that, because going back to last week talking about collimation of the scope, well, it looks like it is possible to do the collimation without taking apart the whole telescope. It's another almost 400 pounds worth of equipment just to get that collimation right. So, you know, I'd hate to be spending, you know, it's 250 pounds on a dew heater system, and then having it all go to pot by having to get another 400 pounds worth of equipment. So hopefully there's a way to attach that secondary mirror dew heater without really interfering with the whole setup there. But we'll see how that goes when we get there. But for now, I think we are under clouded skies. The forecast is it's not looking wildly improved at the moment. Let's see what's the latest and greatest on our weather here. Nah, it looks like we're pretty much clouded out until about maybe 4 in the morning, and I don't plan on going that long tonight. And also for the offshoot chance of imaging for about an hour, I'll be happy. I'm happy with the moon that we were looking at earlier tonight, and we'll kind of revert to what I had originally planned for the evening there. And yeah, just some general updates on the stream. What's kind of going on with things? We down in the lower left corner there. That is the updated Astro Canuck logo. I've done some tweaks to the maple leaf, make it a little more in line with what we have for our emotes. And I'm also working on the switching up the emotes. For those of you who you might use channel points maybe to unlock the tier 2 and tier 3 emotes, there is getting the Earth's core for instead of the core of Uranus on the tier 3 emote there. But maybe that might be something I might even work on a little later on, just to see if we can kind of get that put together there. You know, it was going to be a rather varied stream of things, like possibly a little bit of that design work, a little bit of the image processing, and I'm going to get Photoshop booted up. And hopefully it might slow things down for a quick second there, but that will everything will kind of even out there. If you're getting the dew heater I'm looking at, I am sorry. Which one are you looking at there? Right. All right, Photoshop is starting up. I'm gonna have to move some windows around to get a view on that there. Actually, let me update my. Let's update the title. We are no longer doing live astrophotography. We are now doing. I can spell, I really can. There we go. What has happened here? My it's very similar to this. Put glue, oh dear. I don't know, so you just got to reach underneath the secondary mirror there, and then yeah, it sounds like very similar to what I was gonna, although my cables look a little different for what the I don't think it's a Kendrick, although it might just be an offshoot of that one there. Yeah, it's not not these ones, it's like this one here. Collimation might be a must. Yeah, I really have to see if actually people will, if there's like a loaner program or someone else who will kind of loan out their collimation tools, because, you know, for that one-off, or for something you're going to seldom be using, it's just a lot to be putting in there. Right, Photoshop is working, so I'm going to move this over so I can still see what I'm doing. Adjust my windows. Should make my chat as big as possible. Yeah, I mean, I guess I'm gonna have to adjust my scope, and it does look like it might need a little collimation anyway. I mean, looking at some of the images, like even the stars that are dead center, they do kind of look to be a little off. For the most part, everything looks all right, and I'm happy with the images right now. But yeah, I think that's going to have to be a little work's going to have to be done on there. But yes, for those of you who have just joined into the stream, thank you very much for coming in and hanging out with us on a Thursday evening here. I am Tom. I am the Astro Canuck, and we are usually shooting images of the night sky. However, you can see just below my window right here is the live image of our telescope, which is nicely nestled away because the clouds have rolled in. It's become very foggy in the UK, stereotypically, and it's doesn't look like it's going to be clearing up anytime soon. It did look like we had some clear skies earlier. We were taking some live shots of the moon, and right now we're kind of going back to our original plan of the night, which is going to be looking at some astro image processing and probably doing a little bit of Kerbal Space Program, because I've never played that before, and just interested in keeping any kind of gaming that goes on with the on the channel to kind of keep it astronomy centric, and with the exception of Phasmophobia, because when those new levels are released, we're going to be playing some Phasmophobia. But until then, it is 99% astronomy, 1% horror. And yeah, we're going to have a quick look at, I'll show you the, now let's go over to Photoshop there. So this was the image of the Heart Nebula that we processed a couple weeks ago now, and it was shot with my small 72 millimeter refractor. My God, imagine a 72-inch refractor. That'd be, no, forget it. Can't. Don't think of that. It's ridiculous. It's too huge. We processed this image, and let me get on Photoshop there. There we go, of the Heart Nebula. This is about 250 millimeters in focal length, so it's a nice wide field view, able to get a lot of the nebula, save for this little tiny corner, which, you know, thanks to my, well, I was really centered. I wanted this part in there, and I knew the vast majority of everything else was going to be in the shot. So this is the core of the nebula. This is also labeled as Malot 15, and the star forming region is what is actually creating this whole kind of bowed out version, which is kind of area of nebulosity, which is creating this heart shape. We have our tiny little fish head nebula, which we have imaged some of these areas in with our longer focal length scope as well, which we are currently rocking on the mount right now, which is hiding and sleeping for the night. But we have imaged you know, these more detailed areas in greater detail, but also to be able to get a nice wide field view of the nebula is really nice as well. So again, that pipe dream of being able to have a dual scope, a dual camera rig set up so we can, you know, do our deep sky and our wide field imaging at the same time, and try to, you know, double up on our images available would be a really good addition to things there. But that's, you know, years down the road there. And where has my light gone? Oh, I know why. Son of a biscuit. Right. All right, give me one hot second here. I'm going to remedy a little issue of power, because my light has gone out. My other monitor light. One sec. Just going to turn off my video for a second here. The collimator I'm finding they use is 224 pounds plus shipping and duty. Yeah, it's that whole system that I'm looking at. There's the was it the Howie Gladder or something like that, the laser collimator, but there's a few other tools that kind of go along with all this. Yeah, that looks to be about the same piece. The plus there's like another piece that's like another 45 pounds, and there's yeah, I mean that's basically what I was kind of looking at there. Yeah, it was that video that was kind of put out by I shared the video the other day. I want to say Alan Mitchell, or I might be thinking that because I'm seeing the word Allen wrenches. Right. This is a a stream of I'll be right back in a second. I'll be right back in a second. Let me get this this light back on here. Let's go back over to Photoshop. Actually, let me OPT seems like they just use the Howie laser. All right, have a look at that in a second there. All right, I'm going to leave it on this screen for a second because I'm going to get the power sorted out on my light, and we will we'll have a look at how this kind of this starless version turns out, and yeah, we'll be back in just a couple of moments there. Let's say 2 minutes, and I'll be right back. If anybody asks, that's where I am. And if those of you who just joined in, thank you very much. I'm just going to step away for like 2 seconds here, and we'll leave you with this image of the Heart Nebula that we did shoot earlier on, so you have something interesting to look at there. And we will we got all these other layers of what I kind of worked on previously just to see how it turned out, and we'll see how that goes. All right, 1 second. I'm not even going to go away from this screen. Well, I will go away from the screen, but There we go. All right. Power is being restored. All right, trying to help and learn at the same time. I want an RC style scope. Just calling me since I want one for deep field stuffs. Yes, I think overall for the potential issues that might kind of come about with the the collimation for these for the RC telescopes. I mean, overall, what has come out of this this scope has been really interesting. It's basically what I've wanted to get out of a scope. And also, again, with the camera working well with this with the telescope, is that we're not oversampling or undersampling on these images, so we're having nice round stars overall. It's definitely a plus. And just being able to switch back and forth between either scope and have what I feel like are decent images coming out of both bits of equipment there. I'm really happy with that. So it's again, with doing as much research as possible, it's turned out to be a wise investment. So there we go. It's this image had come from my smaller telescope, which is the 72 millimeter Skywatcher Evo Star. Yes, it was kind of. I feel it was kind of like my first real scope. I mean, the Celestron 127 SLT, which was a compound telescope, which was it was good for visual astronomy. It was fantastic for looking at the moon, great for looking at bright objects, but its speed was an f12, so a lot more integration time needed to go into the images that I was taking, and using a DSLR, unfortunately, it wasn't suited for long exposures because it would heat up way too much there. So it's one of those things that it's that trade-off. And once I moved over to the smaller refractor, I was getting better images much quicker. It was a faster focal ratio. It was a nice wide field view of things. And yeah, I've generally noticed right now that the processing has been a little more, a little easier, a little more delightful when we're working on these images there. But yeah, this was our image of the Heart Nebula that we did process a couple weeks ago, and I did get the that StarNet++ plugin, which actually, if I see if that shows up on this screen, if I bring it over here. That does. All right. So what I noticed was that you do actually have to put whatever file you're going to make a starless image of, you do have to bring it into this folder and then run the script there. And I don't know. Okay, well, let's see. Well, no, I mean, here's the I'll run the example here, because actually when I run this, it actually takes up 100% of the CPU. So I fear if I run it right now, it might just grind the stream to a halt. So, but basically what it does is, if you have your in PixInsight, it's easier. I would not disagree with you on that. I think it's much better. It's much more integrated into that system, whereas you have to, you're taking your RGB image, dropping it on top of this, and then it spits out the starless image. and then you just have to move your files over there. Whereas I would imagine with PixInsight, you're going to have everything just going to kind of kick out into the same program, so you don't have to move files around at all. However, I haven't really got back into PixInsight at the moment, and you know, as much as you know the good time that I've had with it, it's not that I wouldn't go back and give PixInsight another fair go, but I think what I want to right now to put more money into is the physical bits of the scope, and you know, just being able to image longer throughout the night. Also, someone has made GPU support for PixInsight, so it kicks out images in like 30 seconds. Fair enough. Yeah, I think when I processed the Heart Nebula, it was, this image took about 4 or 5 minutes maybe. I didn't really time it, but it wasn't as quick. I mean, the sample image in there was I think it was a little smaller, and it kind of came out quicker there. But yeah, once this one came out, I mean, I was happy with how this looked, and this is like this was the image that we had. I ran it through StarNet, and this is what it kicked out, which I thought was pretty darn cool. With seeing these, never having done one of the starless images myself before, and just like there's almost nothing else is lost throughout the nebula. There's even some areas that seem to be a lot more accentuated once the stars are out of the way there. You know, so I'm thoroughly impressed with how this one turned out. I haven't tried any of the deep sky images with the diffraction spikes yet. But I imagine it's going to end up being some larger white blobs in that area where it's going to take away the diffraction spikes. So I'm even noticing in the center area here, we're seeing some areas where the stars are that it just didn't quite get rid of them. And I don't know how it goes in PixInsight, maybe if there is a way to refine things a little further, or if it just, you are left with these areas as well. I bought PixInsight because I looked at it as a one-time purchase over paying for a subscription to Photoshop yearly at the same price as PixInsight. Fair enough. I mean, also for me as a you know, doing graphic design full time, it's kind of already baked into the rest of my costs as well for Photoshop. So it's a combination of making sure that the investment into PixInsight is not going to be squandered in a sense where I'm just going to get frustrated with it and go back to Photoshop. And I know it's that mentality of, yes, now I've purchased it, I have to bear it down and really get into the program there. So StarNet was trained on a refractor. It has to be retrained on an RC or Newt or Rasa diffraction spikes. Detraction spikes. Fair enough, which is why it with using the refractor for this image, everything turned out really well. And I think even if I kind of maybe ran it through, if I got like maybe the denoise AI back on board, that would probably really clean things up even more throughout here. But I mean, for the most part, like the structure is still there. You know, it's a little, well, actually it's not so much that it's more pink, but you know, it gets rid of things pretty well. So what I ended up doing was just doing some layer adjustments, and really this is instead of me fiddling around with all the controls, I'm showing you guys kind of layer by layer of what how this kind of came about there. PixInsight is a learning curve, but I like it, and Paul like I said, Paul helped me. He sat down on a Discord call and showed me his own data and walked me through it. And I think I did do, I can't remember whose tutorial I kind of started off with, but it was really thorough for when I was watching. It was actually hours worth of YouTube videos, and it was kind of added on hours more because I kept going back and forth and rewatching some of the segments as well. But yeah, I guess using it a lot more frequently is going to it's definitely going to bring out some more. It's going to keep that knowledge fresh in the mind, because I could go back into PixInsight right now and I barely have a Scooby of what to do there. So whereas again, Photoshop, I'm much more familiar with it, but I also do see the value with PixInsight, that it is for Astro photos, and Photoshop, we're just doing what we can to bend it to our will. But yeah, there's this curves adjustment that I wasn't too sure of. We started to bring out some detail, but I think I lost. We go from this to this. It just doesn't feel totally right. Although I started to bring out a little bit of the some more color, rather than just the hydrogen alpha. I want to try out topaz someday. I've tried out the denoise, which has worked out really well, and that was I used it on my Rosette Nebula that I shot last year, and that was kind of like the initial barometer for how well it worked with just an hour's worth of data. And I think something like this, it would clean up some of that that noise that's almost created when it removes the stars, and you kind of smooth things out a little bit there. Also, I've used gigapixel, and it works out pretty well. It can take a while. I think I also might have been using it on a bit of an older computer, so it might have been running a little slower. But overall, that did. As long as you're not really scrutinizing the image that you're kind of blowing up there, and try to, like really being a pixel peeper on that, it does a really good job of blowing up the images there. And you lost some of the background clipping. Clipping the blacks is hard, but you can bring that out with more time as well. Yeah, for sure. I think also, I just kind of, I can, let's see. Actually, I probably just reset this and bring it all back. But I was just trying to, I was setting a black point, and I was trying to pick out a gray point on there. Hey Cutie Viz, how you doing? Good to see you in here. Although I'm going to hang on to this for 1 second here. Good to see you in here, Cutie. We're doing a little bit. We've had some clear skies for a bit earlier on tonight, but we're back to our original plan of some Astro image processing, and maybe playing a little Kerbal Space Program. Just seeing me spectacularly fail at this. Maybe there's a tutorial that I can kind of run through and get an idea of. But yeah, so there's just this. We'll see how this goes, because we'll see how the colors kind of mix with the other layers there. Heart has a lot in it. Yes, it does. There's I definitely, again, for the one-shot color camera, and I'm rubbing my eye. And you guys know what happens when I rub my eye, because I've probably cut off hot peppers tonight. And yes, I have. It's all right for now. Right, so the, what did I do with that one there? All right. Okay. Now this has turned into a completely different image there. It's 4:30 in the morning, so I just woke up to watch your stream. You woke up for me. You didn't wake up just for me. No, no, you didn't. You woke up because of me. No. You woke up and you said, oh, Tom's streaming. He's got some Astro photos. Now this image has inadvertently turned into a bit of well, glad to see you in here anyway, though. If you're gonna go back to bed, that's cool. If not, then you know, join us. We are admiring some of the images of the night sky, and really for what combo I've done on these images has almost turned out to be kind of close to a Hubble palette inadvertently. I wasn't even going for that. Yeah, I was definitely not trying to achieve that look. And unfortunately, I've accidentally done that. So that was all from changing the gray point in my my curves adjustment. See, these are the things that happen when I'm processing the images and just trying to you know, just seeing what happens when I try different processes there. All right, dad joke time. Why couldn't the green pepper practice archery? Because it didn't have an arrow. I enjoy dad jokes. I'm not even a dad, and I crack them as often as I can. Sometimes they're gold. Sometimes they're not. Other times they're just terrible, and I'll laugh at them myself. Also, they're very spontaneous. So ask me to tell one, yeah. It probably wouldn't happen on command. These things just happen. I'm rubbing my eyes again. Why are you letting me rub my eyes? Can you show me the pic of black hole? I don't have a haven't imaged any area with a black hole, but there's some other people who have imaged areas that have a black hole in it. Right now, this is the Heart Nebula. This is a instead of eating the light, this is producing stars. And the processing has come out rather interesting to what I had originally done. Why does a moon rock taste better than Earth rock? It's a little meteor. All right, these are now preserved through the annals of time until there's an electromagnetic storm and it erases all of YouTube servers and all of Twitch's servers. But for now, we have these on record. Right, so with a quick little adjustment on my curves layer, this has turned into a totally different feel for this image. I mean, the stars are, I don't think there isn't much purple in the stars. I mean, maybe this one here, but they're largely, they have these bright blue areas, like some of the white stars in here. All right, so this is a total accident for what has happened with the process here. I'm going to save this one as a different file because I can tell you I probably can't replicate this exactly because what area I picked for the to set in the gray point. Now it depends on how it looks. A little a little different on this monitor versus my laptop screen. So it might be looking different for you guys depending on what kind of monitor you're looking at as well. But this was all because of the starless image. Accidents are always the best. I can never replicate anything of my processing the same. It's exactly, that happens so often. And there's like it's like, all right, can't reproduce that, so just go with it and you save another file there. I'm really liking how this looks. This is like, it's turned out rusty and blue, and it's kind of in that area of the Hubble palette, which, you know, with a couple of clicks, I have to go back and watch this after and see exactly where I clicked on, because you know, it was a random spot that I picked. Was that Mr. Chen Chen? That guy, Mr. Chen Chen, has an energy that I have not seen on on Twitch very often. That guy's man, it's hard to see him matched by anyone else there. Is it Mr. Chen or Mr. Chen Chen? Anyway, I went on. It got in one of his streams on a raid, and yeah, this dude's got some crazy energy, high energy stuff. Hey, Tussie Troll, how you doing, Mr. Chan Chan? Or Tussit Roll. Go Tussit Roll. How you doing? Thanks for joining the observatory. Very happy to have you in our community here. We are taking a look at the Heart Nebula, which was a image that was shot a few weeks ago, and we processed it a couple of weeks ago to bring out some greater details in the image there. And currently, right now, I'm going to make sure that I save this. Gave you 3 examples of the same image later for later in Discord. All right, I'll check that out in a hot second. I'm going to save this one down. And I always wanted to see how raw images look straight out of camera without the processing. All right, I can show you that in just a 1 second. Just waiting for this image to save down because I accidentally made an interesting color palette by setting my gray point to a different area of this. And is it Tussit Roll or Tussie Troll? Am I mispronouncing your name right? All right, that is saved. Very good. So this is, let me go back to what was kind of our final-ish image for that night was this product right here, and that was through probably about an hour and a half worth of processing, and really me trying to find it. Tussie Troll. All right. Don't worry, I'll butcher it 2 or 3 more times, then I'll get it right. So yeah, this was the Heart Nebula and the kind of the final image we'd come up with. It was a bit of a quick process. Usually I will take a few hours to kind of work on an image and just kind of tease out some different details and see what works, see what doesn't work. And as what has just kind of occurred right now is a weird bit of a processing happy accident that has come about, and we were able to get a different color palette coming through here. But yeah, usually when let's see how far back we can go with this. even then, this is still fairly teased out there. Where is it? There we go. All right, cutie. Thank you very much for popping in there. Appreciate that very much. We will have a good snooze. We will we'll catch you next time, either here or on Putsy's stream, and we'll see you around. Thank you very much for popping in there. Appreciate it. All right, 2C. It is. This was what we started off with. This was the. This was about two. I think it was about 2.5 hours, if I remember, worth of images there. So really, all you kind of get at the beginning is really only the brightest stars, and we do have to kind of go through and. No worries, no worries. I appreciate you guys popping in. If it's a short while, if it's the whole stream, it's just nice to see just to see you guys kind of come in and say hello. And you know, we'll catch you the next time. Not every time is going to be available for everybody, but I try to. I definitely don't want to miss people coming in and out, so it's good to see you come in there. And if you're a lurker, that's totally fine. You know, you don't always have to jump in the chat if you're happy to. Just kind of watch things. That's totally fine. And if you want to see someone who has 8,000 times more energy than I do on stream, Mr. Chan Chan is a really interesting cat to watch on Twitch there. But yes, we start off with these images, and you basically got to tease out a lot of those details. And on Saturday, I will be doing the Wizard Nebula, and that'll be the first time kind of processing that. I think I have about 3.5 hours worth of exposures for that one, and it's like I said, I've never processed the Wizard Nebula before, so we'll be interested to see how that one comes out there. But yeah, when you're working on these images, you kind of want to get to a point where you're starting to see some of the nebulosity come out there. And there's a little cropping that goes on in the image there. It's pretty incredible that so much detail comes from a gray square. You know, for what you look, when I did like a first process of my images, I was largely underwhelmed and thinking, this is it. I really thought there was gonna be more detail kind of right out of the gate once I stacked all these images together. But yeah, it's there's a lot of data, you know, behind there, and it's just a matter of kind of teasing all that out and being able to get that information to come through there. And yeah, it's depending on how well you've how many hours you've kind of stacked your images, just the quality of the data, making sure that you have very little noise, is definitely going to affect how much you can stretch your image to, to pull out those details. And just revealing these layers kind of starts to show what has kind of gone into this. And just bit by bit, we're trying to bring more and more detail out of this image there. And this is like the byproduct of about 2.5 hours worth of work. Although it's also me kind of rambling on a lot, and even just kind of joining in the conversation with whatever kind of topic comes up. If there's any kind of questions you have about astrophotography processing or astronomy, we're happy to try to answer. There's other astrophotographers who jump in the chat as well, and if there's something that I may not have an answer to, I'm not going to have an answer to everything, but somebody else may have an answer. So it's we're try to be as helpful as possible. And if anybody has you know, if they want to kind of get into astrophotography, it can maybe seem a little daunting to people, not knowing where to start. What's the best telescope to use? What's the best camera to use? Excuse me. And for those questions, there is no right answer. It's kind of what's been said before. Even Third Rock had mentioned it earlier on in the stream on the chat, was that the best scope that you're going to be using is the one that you're going to use most frequently. They're, you know, depending on what your goals are going to be. Some people may say just start with binoculars, and that's fine if you just want to do visual astronomy. But if you want to jump right into astrophotography, sometimes using the there are some cameras that, yeah, I will, at this point now, I will pick a dedicated astronomy camera over a DSLR any day. Just after what's come out of this camera. Exactly. Well, I think there is there's a beauty in the black and white images that come out of the monochrome camera. However, you know, when we're if I'm streaming, it's going to be using a one-shot color camera. That's it. So I thought Astro cameras were just high-end DSLRs. What kind of separates these from your DSLR camera is that the astronomy dedicated cameras have cooling capabilities. It's going to be able to drop that sensor down to sub-zero temperatures, so that you're able to eliminate a lot of that noise that's going to inherently come from a DSLR camera. So if you take like a long exposure, even with your mobile phone at night, you get a lot of that grain. And yeah, there are the options of a monochrome camera or a one-shot color camera, which I'm using a one-shot color camera because when we're shooting these images, you know, I'll do a single exposure, and we'll share these shots throughout the night. And when it's cloudy or raining, we'll kind of process these images there. And yeah, like Third Rock was saying, you want the most detail, then monochrome is going to give you the most detail of your images there. Whereas the one-shot color is gonna, you know, it's gonna give us a nice pretty image out of the gate there. And I'm just going to jump over to the ASI Air and show you guys, just show you what usually comes out of the camera. Right, so this was a single 10-minute exposure with the same nebula that we were just looking at there, the Heart Nebula. So, you know, there's not a whole lot of detail that's in it. You can you get the idea of the shape of the nebula, but it's not as bright as what we're kind of seeing in that final image there. And usually when you are doing astrophotography, you do want to have shorter exposures. Well, it depends on your mount as well, but that's getting into so many more different areas of things. But I'll generally shoot maybe a 5-minute exposure, and that just kind of mitigates any chances of the mount moving a bit from guiding errors or a satellite flying through, or an airplane kind of coming through the shot. But for the sake of what we mainly do on this channel is, you know, 10-minute exposures, bring out as much detail as possible, ooh and ah at the target, and you know, I'll talk about what we're looking at there, and you know, kind of move on to the next area of the night sky, and just try to see as much as possible throughout the night there. So just some of the other images that have kind of come up through some of our imaging nights. You know, we have the Crab Nebula, which is a supernova remnant, and it's all done with the one-shot color camera. You can just see there is still some noise that does occur in there, but you know, we're stretching these images and just kind of amplifying that. But the more you can stack an image, the more details you're going to pick out and get rid of all that extra noise that kind of comes out there. So you just have your signal is coming through and being able to get the most detail there. That's it. There's the cameras are going to have a much more sorry. The stacking image means have a lot of short exposures stacked on each other. Yes, it will be the program that I use is Deep Sky Stacker. It's a free program. There are other astrophotography imaging programs that kind of incorporate the stacking into their whole program there. It's different than doing it in Photoshop if you were to kind of take a few images and kind of line them up, where Deep Sky Stacker will kind of average out the pixels that don't match up with everything else. Whereas you have the constants of the stars and you know, and all the nebulous areas around the area that you're shooting, that's all constant, and everything else that doesn't match up is going to get averaged out through that program. And yeah, there's otherwise, you know, there's your standard frames that you're going to shoot are your lights, which all the information is on. And then there are some subframes like Third Rock is mentioning there, that's going to tease out, that's going to get rid of any of the other errors that are inherent with you know, long exposures at night. So to get rid of any if there's any bits of dust on your telescope or whatever other kind of lens you're using, it will you know, your flats are going to get rid of that information and just kind of get rid of it there, so you're left with a more smoother image. And yeah, I mean, it's like I said before, I generally take shorter exposures, and they're a little more dim, but we'll choose brighter targets for the night that are nice to look at. And you know, sometimes they turn out better than others, and that's just because if they're a little brighter, then you know, we get more of those details kind of coming out there. And depending on what kind of filter you use is going to affect your target as well, because with the filter I'm using, I'm generally going after areas of the night sky that are heavy in hydrogen alpha, and that's kind of in the red end of the visible spectrum, and it's really just kind of picking up that area, and a little more on the blue end, just a tiny you know, area. So if you look at the whole Roy G. Biv of the visible spectrum, we're only going with a little bit of the blue and the blue end, and a very tiny narrow sliver on the red end of the spectrum. So that's mainly a lot of the areas of nebulosity are hydrogen alpha. There's more hydrogen in the universe, and that's what's going to be kind of excited by by any stellar nurseries. Any areas that are kind of birthing stars are going to excite those areas and kind of light it up, essentially. Yes, I thank you as well, Third Rock, for popping that information there as well there. Learning a lot, and you've been here for like 20 minutes, and we're just bombarding you with this information. Hopefully it's not a massive overload. You know, sometimes it can be a lot to take in, and other times it is you know, it's let's just look at some pretty images of space. Yeah, so stacking images is a must there. I think if you look earlier on in the stream, I was looking at the moon, and you know, if you are interested in you know, more of what we are doing on here, If you kind of look back at the beginning of this this stream, once everything's kind of wrapped up there, or I will post it on YouTube as well in the next couple of days. I kind of keep all my previous broadcasts on YouTube as well, just because they will eventually get deleted off of Twitch, just because I'm not any more than an affiliate. So they put more priority for storage space with the with those who are partner. So if I leave everything up on YouTube, which is just same thing, Astro Canuck. You see them popping up there. Yeah, you can kind of watch the previous stuff that we've done and get an idea for what goes on there. But yeah, when you look at the moon, it is kind of wobbling in the camera. So that is, you know, it's our turbulent atmosphere. I like astrophysics and astronomy, albeit not understanding everything. And I'm a semi-pro photographer, so you're putting everything together for me information-wise. Well, happy to kind of share this information. Nothing, we don't really, I don't plan on keeping anything secret there's no secret sauce for my astro imaging. You know, I'll break it down bit by bit as much as I can. You know, there's always going to be some new target available in the sky, something that's going to catch our attention, and you know, we'll try some different things and see what works and what doesn't. But you know, it's generally an easygoing time. We're generally under, well, when we do have clear skies, they're nice and clear. Tonight was it started off clear, but we had a lot of fog rolling in. So it can be a little frustrating at times. And for those of you who have just joined in as well, thank you very much for coming into to our stream. I am Tom. I'm the Astro Canuck, and as you can see, we are under a bit of a cloudy sky. We started off with a nice clear night, but it kind of went to pot pretty quickly there. Yeah, we're generally shooting live images of the night sky, you know, the moon, planets, galaxies, stars, nebulae, whatever's kind of interesting up there. We're going to try and image as much as possible during the night. And when it is kind of crummy weather, we are working on some images in Photoshop of processed areas of the night sky. This was the Heart Nebula. And yeah, that is the best part of this, figuring out what works and what doesn't, because what I thought was going to be going one way on this image has turned out to be a totally different direction. After removing the stars with the StarNet plugin, I managed to get something that looks a little bit closer to the Hubble palette, which is, again, I'm gonna have to go back and watch this VOD and see where I clicked on, what did I choose, because yeah, this was completely unexpected. Actually, even looking at it now, the stars look a little no, bring those back there. Stars look a little more muted than earlier. What did I click on? Or what didn't I click on? There we go. That's it. I had that layer turned off. Yes, so sometimes arriving at at these certain points, totally an accident. You know, going about the processing as I would, but it's kind of basing the so I set the gray point on a different area in this image and kind of came out with this. So happy accident. And you know, what started off with a very flat gray image has really evolved into something a little more special, I would say. And really, I'm probably going to use this overall as let's see. Let me flatten this. Let me merge those layers down there and see what the channels look like there. because they're probably, overall, they're probably a mess. And the blue is a mess. Green, that's not too bad. The red, it's very heavily clipped. You can see it's just too dark around there. You know, so definitely kind of lost a lot of information in there, but also at the same time, it's it turned out kind of interesting. Total integration time on this one is, what was it? 2.5 hours, I think. Yeah, I want to say, yeah, but at least 2 hours, not 3 hours. Yeah, it's about 2.5 hours, we'll say, on this one there. Again, usually I try to go a lot longer on these exposures. So yeah, so we're not clipping too much data on there. However, for what has kind of come out on the other end, and yes, no, I think there are 4-minute exposures on this one there. Let me go back and check. Because they were, again, it was one of those times I wasn't quite sure of how long I was going to get on this target. They were, yeah, they're 4-minute exposures for this one here. Uh, 4 minutes, and there's 52 exposures on there, so 4 minutes with terrible at math. I make the numbers look pretty. I don't make them add up. You know, I think it was like 2.5 hours. Surprised your blue channel is washed out, not your green. Yeah, me too. Like, the blue is ugly. Like, I don't know how it's looking on other screens there, but it is. Now, that's also because I probably. What did I do? I did something, but it's not looking pretty. That's for sure. Although on the other end of things, yeah, I can see now some of the. Yeah, it was the RGGB in with Deep Sky Stacker. But with this one, what's the what do the channels look like on here? I think I also ran it to with the astronomy tools. Was I simulated a green channel from using the red and blue, and also I wasn't as careful with this this image as usual. It was this is kind of based off of what we did the other week or last weekend with the rainy day astronomy. So I was, you know, not being incredibly picky with my per channel processing. And I think that's something I will try once. I'm going to go through. I will go back to this image and do a little more careful and more measured process on it there, just because, you know, it's the short time that I do the processing on stream is mainly to kind of try and get at least some of the details coming through there. And like I said before, you guys don't want to see me going back and forth so many times and just humming and hawing about the process. But I mean, you can kind of get a rough idea of how things are rolling on my end here. But I would definitely go back and do this again, and probably try to get another free 30 days of denoise, and try to clean this up a little more. And also as well, once the we kind of put the reflector back on. Once you put the reflector back on the mount, once we put the reflector back on the mount there, the Heart Nebula is still in a favorable area of the night sky for us, so that we can actually add a few more hours to this target, and we start to pull out some more details and just make it a lot smoother overall. But yeah, up until I switched out that last little curves adjustment, where everything kind of changed up really quick there. So I mean, what's that? It's 30%. Let's go back to 100%. So that was what I kind of had ended up with before I did the change to the curves adjustment there. So still kind of getting a little bit of the, you know, almost a little bit of blue or purple almost kind of coming through this area here, which is most likely just kind of really oversaturating some of the areas here, and which is also, I can definitely see where that blue channel is just been blown out essentially, and at least thankfully hidden by the green and red channel for a bit. Yeah, let's pop that back to 30%. James Fade. Hey, great stream again, man. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Gotta bounce soon. Thanks for checking out my picks and the positive words. Hey, there's always going to be progression on what we can be doing with these images. And really, for where you're wearing a Bortle 1 with a 16 minutes on the pinwheel, come on. That's, for 16 minutes, that's amazing, man. For what you pulled out of that. Seriously. I also made a YouTube video of my time in the desert camping van for a few days with my buddy. Space photos, time lapses included. You should check it out. My brother and his band made the music. All right, definitely. All right. Also, there we go. Subscribe to your channel. Looking forward to seeing what else you're going to be popping out there. And I'm just going to quickly scrub through this if you don't mind. Nope, 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 nope. Click on next. Don't need a DMCA. Man, those are some dark skies. That looks great. Where's that one? There's a... Seeing that, like, I wouldn't even know where to look with that much sky available. There's so much to see out there. That's crazy. That's amazing. Yes, yes, I wouldn't even know what to. I would want to have at least 6 cameras ready and pointing in every direction and capturing as much of the night sky as possible. At least I'm kind of glad I don't live near a Bortle 1 area, because I would be spending more time out there than freezing my butt off in a desert than being mildly warm in the studio. But of which I can't turn my heater on at the moment because that's going to cause too much noise. It's getting a little chilly in here. What's our current temperature right now? That's not showing. Right. Let's jump back over to Photoshop for a second though. Yes, because it is getting a little chilly in here. I regret not having my hoodie with me at the moment. But yeah, so that's the happy accident that has happened with our Heart Nebula. Have a great rest of your day. Thanks, James. Thank you very much, man. I appreciate it so much. Thank you for coming in there, and yeah, hopefully we've kind of helped you out a little bit more. But yeah, thank you very much for sharing the images and the video. Yeah, I look forward to seeing what kind of comes up next for you there, because some really cool stuff you got coming out there. Have a good evening, and we'll catch you on the next stream, which will maybe tomorrow night, definitely Saturday. We'll see how things go tonight there. But I have saved this this Heart Nebula. We have our earlier one. Let's close that and just save on some memory. So that was just a little example. But I haven't even stacked the images of the Wizard Nebula, so that's going to be I'll do that on Saturday, and we'll again start to finish. Well, I say start. We'll start the image. Whether or not we finish it is a totally different story. That reprocess of the Pac-Man Nebula never really happened. Didn't really go farther beyond of what we did the previous time there. But at the same time, that was I really enjoyed that stream as well. I mean, I enjoy them all. I mean, I have a good time doing all of this. But it was just one of those nights where I thought I was going to do a 2 and a half hour session, and it turned into like just over 6 hours. And it was just one of those times when we had a bunch of different people kind of popping in, having some conversations, and just having a good time with talking about astrophotography, astronomy, and just kind of enjoying hanging out. And that's kind of what I want to try to foster in this community of what we're doing there, is just to make it a place where you can pop in and just have throw a few questions out, and if you're working on something, pop it in the chat, or let us know on the Discord if you have any any projects that you're working on, whether it's astronomy related or not. We're just happy to discover new people who are kind of coming into this area. And there's no stupid question, there's no noob question, because at one point we were all we knew nothing about the night sky, and I still don't know everything. I mean, okay, that sounds stupid. I still don't know that much about the night sky. I'm relaying a lot of the information that I've picked up over the years. I study astronomy independently. I do enjoy learning about astrophysics, and while some of the math end of things doesn't, I don't quite grasp exactly what's going on, but it's getting there. It's a long process, and it's not. It's a passion of mine to learn more about the stars, learn more about the night sky, what's going on up there, what's going on down here. Well, how does out there relate to down here? It's all sorts of areas of astrophysics that intrigues me. So, and for the most part, it is astrophotography which I like to talk about the most, because it's one of those, it's a different kind of lifestyle that you choose to to look at, because we're generally it can be a solo kind of hobby, depending on if you have a larger group of people where you're going to have your own star party or you form your own club with. And for those of you who are coming in and out of the chat, I appreciate that so much. And this is our own little club that we've kind of we formed. And there's other people who are members of other astronomy clubs and other astronomy channels, and it's there's tons of people who are doing a lot of great stuff with astronomy online. There's Econ Greg, he was the one who kind of inspired me to start this whole thing, just sharing these images of the night sky. I thought it was an incredible thing to do, and just open it up to more people around the world who may not have access to a camera that's or a telescope, or a mount to actually track the night sky with, and just being able to talk more about this and just kind of even take your mind off for what's going on down here. It's everybody's going to have their own different situation, and we can't pinpoint exactly what can be done to try and take care of things down here. But we're all looking up at the same night sky. We're all seeing about you're seeing about the same amount, the same kind of stars. Some of us in darker areas, you can see more stars. But even if you're in the city, you're still going to be able to see some of the brightest stars and pick out some of the major constellations. And for the longest time, I thought the Orion constellation was Betelgeuse, the Belt, and Rigel. It was just those 5 stars that made the whole thing. But once I really started getting into astrophotography and astronomy, and just realizing that it's a much larger area of the night sky than I could see originally from my light polluted hometown. Coming out to the UK, and once you kind of get outside of London, a lot of the areas are fairly dark skies. I'm in an area that's about a mid-range between the 1 and 9, and while I can't see the Milky Way unaided, it shows up fairly well in the images there. So yeah, I just want to be able to share as much of this as possible with you guys, and those who come in and maybe a little more familiar with astrophotography than I am, then happy to hear any stories that you may have, any questions that again, people who are kind of getting into astrophotography or just have a general interest in the night sky. It's just it's just a place that I want to be able to share some ideas and ask questions. And I still have questions myself. There's tons to learn about this. So yeah, it's a fun thing that I have started about just about 2 months now that we've been doing this. So, and everybody in here, the people who are kind of coming in and out have there's a broad range of knowledge about the night sky. So, like I said, ask as many questions as you want, and I will venture to answer them to the best of my ability. If not, I'll look into things. I'll try to find out. I get my information from from reliable areas, and not kind of picking things up off of BuzzFeed or Huffington Post or something like that, or any other kind of schlock that gets put out there. Yeah, just want to be able to provide you guys with an area to come in, talk about the night sky, and whatever else kind of pops up there, because you never know where the conversations are going to go. Like I said, originally I was going to start off the night looking at this image and kind of move on to other areas, but we had some clear skies roll in, and what are we at now? How is our... Nah, it's still foggy. Now the moon is kind of relatively buggered off from the area that I do not want it to be in. but it does look like it's still fairly foggy, so it like I said, it's probably not going to be clearing up for about another hour and a half or more. It may not actually clear up for the rest of the night, and that's kind of what happens. You know, the weather is largely unreliable, unfortunately. But I am set up to be able to start imaging at a moment's notice. So at least it does, like I said, even tonight I started a little later, and that was just because the skies had cleared up enough that I was able to start imaging a little bit there. Now it looks like things are supposed to be clearing up, but I don't know about what this fog is doing, because that's going to greatly affect of how the well, it could be clear skies, but if we have a nice haze of fog kind of lording over us, then we're not going to be able to get much more imaging done. And that's just something we have to deal with, unless everybody wants to grab some big fans, and we'll try and blow the rest of the clouds and fog away, and we can get on with imaging with the night sky. And I've also got to say, knock on wood, that this internet is held up. It's held up all night long, and actually, for the most part, everything else is kind of holding up nicely as well. Just waiting for the penny to drop, I guess. Let's see, what's our fog situation? Because if that's going to no, weather warning in force for the UK. Fog. See, the fog for me is just kind of, we're on the cusp of fog. Seriously, right on the edge of things. All right, what does our long-term forecast look like? Because if we can at least get some other nights under the stars, then that is favorable. Now Saturday, is this right? Refresh this. Okay. For now, for the time being, although it's going to be largely impacted by the moon, Saturday night, chances are we might do a Saturday might change up from rainy day astronomy to actual live astrophotography, and it will actually start a little earlier for me. That'll be possibly about 5:30 Greenwich Mean Time. So those of you who may be on the East Coast in North America, that'd be lunch 30, depending on when I get things going there. Even for those of you who are in Europe, Eastern Europe, for those of you who are kind of watching from there, it's not going to be that much later in the evening for you guys. So hopefully we can get a good crowd kind of in on Saturday, and but that is all. That's what it looks like right now, and that's that's before, it's just under 48 hours away, and that can change pretty quick. Even how the weather changed pretty quickly now. I had decent skies up until about I guess it was about 6. No, I started the stream around 8 o'clock, 8:30. Yeah. Either way, Saturday night we are on here doing some rainy day astronomy, and possibly doing some early astrophotography. Now I'm looking at this, looking at my stream here. Now this is also, again, peeking behind the curtain. I have both logos, the new and the old, kind of still up there, so that needs to go. That goes there. Chat bar, double chat bar goes away. Right. There we go. Just clean this up a bit there, because the more baloney I leave on the stream, now see, now our time is nice and neat up there, not double there. Approaching midnight, and the clouds are still there. So hey, let's. Oop. The stream has started. We're here. Yes, so we have, let's go back to the Photoshop there. Let's, let me open up the other file as well, so we can kind of jump back and forth and just compare how much one curves adjustment has changed my image, which is crazy, because I wasn't expecting that to happen. So here's what kind of happened from just a basically one little tweak of the whole image. We've gone from this version to this version, and that is a wild change overall. I mean, I like them both, and I think, again, this image hasn't been processed completely to the long way that I do these images there, and there's definitely some more details I could gently tease out of this out of the nebula here, but for how these two have kind of turned is a bit of a testament to how random sometimes my processing can get there, and it's just a lot of experimenting that happens. It's not a hard and fast rule that I have for all of my astrophotography, and it can change up. And quite the example of what has just happened here. All right, Tootsie Troll, thank you very much. Have a good night, and thank you for answering my questions. Happy to answer questions all night long, unless I'm sleeping, then I will not answer questions. But thank you for coming in. Thank you for joining the observatory. I appreciate that very much, and I do look forward to seeing you again the next time. Like I said, next stream will be Saturday, either 5:30 or 8 p.m. Greenwich Mean Time. So we look forward to seeing you there. And yeah, thank you very much once again for popping in. Appreciate that so much. Thank you. Now, I think I might, let's see. Great, try and make it. Cheers. All right, cool. Look forward to it. Have a good one. Do I see? I wasn't going to process the Wizard Nebula until Saturday, and kind of tonight was going to be who knows what kind of happens there. I do have tomorrow off work, so I'm not in any rush to kind of wrap things up there. What I might do is take a quick break and make another coffee, have a short wee, because we share these things. I pee, you pee, we all pee. No, that's the wrong rhyme. We don't all pee for ice cream. But yeah, I think I will I'll do that, make another coffee, and I'll be back in mere moments. And we will. I think I'm gonna try and give Kerbal Space Program a run, and see how that goes. See if we don't crash things. So I will switch back over to this image. I will put on my BRB because it is time for coffee, and I will see you guys back here in just a few minutes. Under 5 minutes, more than 2 minutes. I'll BRB. Oh, sweet coffee. Hey, how's it going? I'm back. That is off. It is no longer time for coffee. We are back. Thank you very much for sticking around. I am Tom. I am the Astro Canuck, and I am here to share images of the night sky with you, whether it is live images or processed images like we're kind of looking at right here. This is the Heart Nebula. It is a large nebulous complex in the constellation of Cassiopeia, and this was a 2.5 hour exposure, or 2.5 hours worth of exposures, and a couple of different processes that has happened on there. We have our area where we're highlighting a lot of the hydrogen alpha in this section, and there's also a strange kind of curves adjustment that has kind of led me to kind of teasing out this almost Hubble palette look to this area, which kind of happened entirely by accident. Like I said, I'm gonna have to go back and check the VOD and see exactly what happened, what has gone right or wrong, depending on how you're looking at the images that are processed. And you know, it's things are kind of largely subjective for how you're processing your image there, and sometimes they I try to keep the images to be as close as to what the visual light is coming from this area. So you know, what we're kind of looking at here is turned into a bit of a modified palette. So you know, the reds are kind of coming out more as a rusty, like a light rusty color, and you're getting more blues kind of coming through. And that is because I really kind of set the gray point at a different area. You know, I think, like I said, I have to go back and see exactly what happened here, because it was a cool little change. So that is saved down. We have all that saved down. Like I said, for those of you who are on the Discord, I'll start to be populating a little more of that over the weekend. You know, and I do appreciate those who have joined in on things and sharing your images, because it's great to see what other people are doing, and you know, I enjoy talking about the process. I enjoy kind of showing you guys how things evolve with these images there. And you know, it's not always evident exactly how an astrophoto starts, and you know, it doesn't always come out as these nice kind of looking pleasing images. You know, there's a lot of work that kind of goes into pulling out these details, and for the most part, a lot of the data that I use has you know, it's been captured by me, and if anything else, I would say otherwise. But you know, I've seen some of the raw data that's come from the Hubble telescope, and there's a lot of noise, a lot of vignetting, and most of those images are mosaics. So this is just a single panel. You know, I haven't moved the camera significantly in any way. So it's one of those aspects of astrophotography that's going to kind of net you more details, especially if you're shooting a much larger object that's bigger than your sensor, and you're going to pick out, you know, different areas to kind of stitch those all together and make a much larger resolution image than your camera normally would produce there. So that's always a project that's kind of come along a little later on. Generally, there'd be a sequence that you would kind of map out for your mosaic, and some of them will, some programs will do that automatically for you. The program that I'm using, the ASI Air, it isn't set up to do anything like that. So you kind of have to manually pick your areas that you're going to do a mosaic on, and yeah, it's generally going to be 4 panels. What I'll start with, or maybe even 2. We'll maybe if there's like a wider version of the night sky, we'll pick that up. We'll try and do that one time. Is if the clear skies permit and the target is allowed, we'll try, and I've actually figured out my backspacing as well for the camera. Is we'll try for a mosaic to work on and see how that works out, because I'd want to do a lot of firsts with you guys on the stream here, and you can kind of see. Yeah, I'm not exactly showing that I'm doing a master class on all this. It generally is going to be a first time try of things, or it's going to be a bit of a haphazard approach to how I do some of these images there. So it's not exactly always going to be a master class by any means of what I do here. What I'm more happy to do is taking live images of the night sky and sharing them with you guys. But for now, we are under cloudy skies. So it's not always going to be getting the images that we want, but at the same time, some of the images that have kind of come through on here, I'm wildly impressed with, just what we're trying with the scope. I mean, this was a 33-minute exposure on the on M33, the Triangulum Galaxy. Didn't know how it was going to turn out. Wasn't sure what kind of detail we were going to be seeing in the galaxy, and if the stars were going to be nice and round. And for the most part, I mean, there's a little streaking going on, and that's just, the guiding was all right. It was going fairly well, but 33 minutes is a long time for a single exposure, and that's a long time for nothing to really go wrong. And at least thankfully there wasn't any satellites kind of coming through. Didn't get Starlinked. Didn't have any airplanes flying through the shot there. But just just seeing those nebulous details that we picked up in the galaxy is, I'm just amazed with how well this camera is picking up details. And it's a one-shot color camera. It could be, with a monochrome camera, you're going to get more detail. However, what we're doing here is trying to share as much of the night sky as possible. And you know, we do a little experimentation with the equipment and just see what it can do. Most times it turns out fairly well. Other times it's not so good, you know. But you know, we'll experiment with things and just see how it goes. You know, I'm happy to try out things new. And if it goes well, we'll try it again. If it doesn't, we know we won't try that again. That's or we try to adjust the equipment to actually make it work better the next time, you know. So I think a little bit more balancing of the scope will be necessary. I think I'm gonna kind of rebalance things a little bit over the weekend, because although Saturday night looks like, or early Saturday evening, it looks like it might be all right. So I'll see how it goes, and maybe I'll do a little adjustment in the afternoon, and we'll try and tune things in to be a little more balanced and a little more improve our guiding a little bit. Maybe yeah, lots of little things that can be done with astrophotography. But those are some of the images that we kind of get coming through the camera. Areas of the night sky that are always going to be interesting to look at. And I think still what has come to be one of my favorite shots. Where is it? Of course, it's gonna be slow to load. There we go. That was the Rosette Nebula, and that was last week, and that one was a 16-minute exposure on the Rosette Nebula, and I was absolutely blown away by this image, and I still love it. It's a single exposure, and I'm really excited for this target to be readily available in the night sky much earlier in the evening. And so we can actually kind of get a really good process on this image and kind of clean up a lot of the noise that kind of comes from a single exposure. But just seeing what the camera and the filter and the telescope combination can do for this target is amazing. I absolutely love this section of the night sky, and even more so now that we've kind of captured it in this detail and being able to see these. We're getting these tiny little areas, these the Bach globules that are eventually going, that can eventually form their own stars in the area. So it's just an incredibly detailed section of the night sky. And I mean, even this section here that's filling up the whole screen, that is 30 light years across. You know, like absolutely massive. Like our nearest, the next nearest star to us is 4 light years away. So even if we were kind of like in the middle of all this, there'd still be so much more that we, that would be encapsulating us. But these are the kind of targets that we want to choose. These are the nice, bright, beautiful areas in the night sky that are going to show off the details of the universe. You know, not to diminish any other spots of the night sky, but you know, something like this just shows up so well in the camera. You know, and that is what I love about the night sky, is just seeing these areas that are widely invisible to our eyes. You know, our meat cameras are ridiculously inefficient, and there can always be an upgrade that someone would want to kind of improve our vision and being able to see more areas that are invisible to us, that we need to be able to see a very narrow band of. And that's where the cameras and the telescopes and the filters come in handy. So, like I was saying earlier on, was that tonight was kind of going to be a mishmash of things, mainly due to doing some image processing, maybe working on a new emote, which actually would be a new emote, as it were, but to replace the current tier 3 emote, which is unlocked by using the tier 3 subscription, or by using your channel points to unlock the emotes for 24 hours. Let's throw the rest of those up there. There's our 2 Astro logos and the Earth, which is tier 2. But again, those aren't. Subscribing is not necessary to the channel. Donations are not necessary. They always are going to be well appreciated. However, it's me giving back to you guys as much as possible with these images of the night sky that we're going to be looking at, and it's going to change. The targets are going to change throughout the season, and you know, as we're in winter, and this is kind of the prime time to be looking at Orion, and there's many targets in that constellation that are going to look absolutely amazing in the camera there. And I'm looking forward to capturing as much of those as possible, and hopefully we have some clear skies, some really calm, clear skies throughout the winter, and we can enjoy a lot more of that. So what I'm going to do now is a little deviation from things. Actually, for the most part, kind of not so much wind things down, but reintroducing a little bit of the gaming side of things. Pardon me, and just see. I never played Kerbal Space Program before. It was on sale on Steam for I think it was like 70% off. So I couldn't pass that one up. And it's been recommended. I've seen other people playing it, and hopefully there's a tutorial to kind of get the basics of this, because I got no idea how to launch a rocket. So what I'm going to do is not forget that I have the ASI Air outside. Actually, what's the before I say I'm moving over to Kerbal, is there a chance that we have... Oh. Okay. We might be breaking the telescope out again, because we can start, as you can see, we're starting to see some stars up there. You know, we're getting some of that fog might be lifting now, depending on what's the dew point. Because if it's if the dew point is high, then they may not be able to get some good imaging going on there. All right, we're currently at 2 degrees right now in the east of England, feeling like -1, and the dew point is at 1 and then 0 respectively throughout the rest of the night. So we're kind of skirting the dew point, although it is still saying there's fog, chance of frost. Oh, it's a tough one. This is seriously a tough one, because we don't have the dew heaters yet, and that is that's a big component of what we're trying to do here. Because if the mirrors start to fog up, then that's about it. And there's no, right now at the moment for me, there's no recovering from that until basically until the morning rolls in. I'm just checking what the forecast is. It does look like the skies are staying clear. Oh, this is a tough one. Now we did have everything kind of running earlier on this evening, so hopefully, because there's always a chance if I start to cool the camera down, is there going to be any frost building up on there? Because overall everything was kind of damp underneath there, and we were already kind of getting condensation building up. And if we get frost developing on everything else without any dew heaters, that's a bit of a pain. No, I think because if it is, yeah, if there's a lot of condensation out there and I start cooling things down, I don't have any way to warm things up and combat any frost that's going to build up, and that could end the night just as quick. So that is mildly frustrating. All right, let's take a beat, and I will. We're going to fire up Steam and the Kerbal Space Program. So I'm going to largely shut down a lot of the other options on here. Make sure we'll get this. Let me make sure everything runs. Make sure we get it on the right screen so I can actually display this. Now things might get a little jittery. Let's see. Right, that is incredibly tiny. I want it maximize. What is this? A game for ants? This is not. All right, maybe we gotta. No, we have streamception there. Right, I think this is kind of. Maybe it needs to start up before it goes full screen. Although I hit a button and maybe because it loaded up on well, it seems that things are grinding to a halt at the moment. Well, the CPU isn't being used up that much, so that's all right. Probably because of this is... All right, we're loading. Now, hopefully there isn't any pivotal information. All right, let's do... Huh. Interesting. Oop. What's happening? Right, well here's where things go completely wrong. Why isn't this being displayed at full? Why you do this? Okay, well clearly this is not playing ball right now, which is unfortunate because I wanted to give this a go. Close it and open Games Launcher from Games folder. Hey Phil's Pig, how you doing? Playtime 4 minutes. That is a lie. I've not played it for 4 minutes. We haven't played it at all. It's doing a swirly thing. Let's close Steam altogether. Let's try it again. I think because I opened it up on the... Oh, it's doing that. There we go. No, even on my other screen, it's really tiny. Well, that's a... Yeah, it started off on full screen, and then it quickly went tiny on the main screen here. So I figured I could drag it over and we get it going. All right, I'm gonna wait for this to finish loading up, and yeah, I don't know. I may have to move what my game capture screen is. Because, I mean, other games have worked. Other games have come in full screen on here, so why not Kerbal? And when I've said I've never played Kerbal before, and this is the first time, this is literally the first time I'm launching this game, so maybe it would have been a little better to try things off stream and make sure that it works. But, you know, we'll experiment with stuff, and sometimes it may be good, sometimes it's not so good. But I'm also toying with the idea of what we do with the sky right now, because it's starting to clear up. However, a lot of the equipment already has a nice layer of condensation on it, and I'm worried about kind of cooling the camera down and getting frost built up. This is such a tiny screen. But there's no option to maximize this. All right. Let's close that. Let's change the settings. Oh, it's even worse on there. Where is my options here? Like, seriously, it is very tiny on the screen. It takes me almost 15 minutes to load up Kerbal because I got a ton of mods on it, extra science equipment and rocket parts, etc. And just seeing where's my resolution. because maybe it's because I'm running my laptop monitor is 4K and my secondary monitor is 1080. Surface, no. Where's my output? Video, there we go. Screen resolution, custom. I want full screen. All right, let's go to apply. Aha. Oh. Apply. All right. Screen, full screen. Apply. Oh. There we go. All right. Nice. Excellent. All right. Render quality, fantastic. Probably not. Beautiful. Good. Simple. Fast. Fastest. Let's go with good for now. We'll see how this goes. Terrain scan. If I start, all right, let's go with the basics. Accept that. Actually, what the hell are the controls on this? All right. I'm not going to remember all of this right now. Okay, let's get into this and just kind of blow up a rocket, maybe. I don't know. Hey. Hang on a second here. I noticed I have the. No, that's fine. We'll stick with this. We're not gonna muck around with things too much here. So I think let's pause our background music. Turn up our Kerbal music. And keep switching in and out of the scenes here. There we go. All right, let's. There better be a tutorial because I got no idea how this goes. Train, yes. Getting started. Because I've never played this before, so I don't know. Maybe something. Ooh, it's loud. Werner von Kerman. Welcome to today's lecture on vessel construction. I'm Werner von Kerman. Whether you want to put a satellite into orbit, make a transcontinental flight, or step onto the very surface of the moon. We were looking at the moon earlier today. It was beautiful. You're going to need to build yourself a ship. It should be pretty easy, even if you're not a famous rocket scientist like myself. I'm not a famous rocket scientist. In this tutorial, I will first show you around the Kerbal Space Center, then take you to the vehicle assembly building where you'll learn how to construct a simple ship. That's very wise. I skipped tutorials and tried to figure out things on my own. Boy, I could have saved myself a lot of time if I just started with the tutorial. I've never played Kerbal before, so it may be I don't know how tedious this is going to get, but it was originally the plan for tonight was a little bit of image processing and then a little bit of Kerbal, but like I said before, it turned out to be kind of clear, so we went with that there. And what do I got? I gotta close a couple of things here. Actually, what's the? We're not too bad. We're not too bad. Maybe if this isn't a heavy program. We'll cover adding and removing parts, what the parts do, how to change the performance settings of the parts which have that option, and how to control staging. At the end of the tutorial, you will have a craft fit for a quick hop from the launch pad. Excellent. At each step, I will lock out all the controls other than the ones you need for that step. If you still manage to mess up, we'll mess up. It even took me some time to become as skilled as I am now. You can press the back button to go back and fix things. It won't light up unless you mess up. That thing is going to burn out. Right. We are now at the Kerbal Space Center. I'll give you a quick rundown on how to get around. The KSC, for short, is home to the pinnacle of Kerbal endeavor and achievements for space exploration. Using the facilities you can see here, you will be able to manage your space program, create rockets and planes, track your Kerbal explorers as they roam the solar system, finding exciting new uses for explosive substances, and in case of emergency, hire more Kerbals. I'm going to hire so many Kerbals, I bet. To find out about each of the facilities, you can hover your mouse over them or the facilities button. They will show up when the cursor is outside this window. If you need to repair a structure or upgrade them in your career, you can do this by right-clicking on them. Take some time to hover the mouse over the buildings and see what each are, and when you're ready, enter the Vehicle Assembly Building, VAB. There's where we do our research and development. Our team of scientists worked hard to crunch the data received from mission experiments. Here, all research technologies can be viewed and new ones discovered. Astronaut Complex contains the living and recreation spaces for all our crew members. New applicants also apply here to be recruited. Admin. This building may not seem very exciting, but this building may not seem like a very exciting place at first, but here is where all our strategic decisions are made. Space plane hangar. Vehicle assembly building. Can I move this? Yes, I can. Launch pad. Runway. Tracking station. Excellent. Alright, cool. So, it wants me to enter the VAB. Let's go. Let's VAB. Look at them all. Hello. Very good. What you see in the middle of this screen is the construction area. This is where parts... This guy's voice is changing so often. I haven't picked a voice for him yet. This is where parts are placed and your craft is constructed. On the left side of the screen is the parts toolbox. It will show you all the parts you have available in each of the different categories. Once there are any to pick, that is. I see. If you want your craft to be controllable, you need a command module. It's best to make it the first part you place. This part will either contain some plucky Kerbal crew or an automated pilot mechanism. As we're just starting, there's only one choice. Go ahead and pick the command module that's from the Pods tab. Pods? Okay. Arrow keys. Alright, page up, page down. Zoom. I see. Alright. Shift and mouse wheel. Gotcha. Easy peasy. If you'd like your pilot to be able to make more than one flight, he or she will have to return safely to the ground or water on Kerbin. Parachutes are a simple way to make sure that happens. They can be found on the Utility tab. When you're choosing your parts, you can view the details of the parts by hovering over them. Okay, like that. Beautiful. Most parts have additional information window which can be opened with a right click. Hey. Man, there's a lot of detail in this already. So if I'm dropping more than 264 meters per second, this parachute won't do squat. Right. Man, I'm very tempted to turn my heater on. Son of a biscuit, it's getting cold in here. Although maybe I'll just do one tutorial, then it will. Okay, well, I will not. I'll make sure I will not let her rip. Hey, Mojo Jojo, how you doing? Good to see you. Awesome, you're playing the game. Sorry, I've been lurking in the background for a while. No problem, dude. That's totally fine. We're it's been a mixed bag of a night. You know, it started off nice and clear, but you know, giving Kerbal a try because I've seen a lot of people having fun with it, and again, it's space-based. It's within the theme of what we want to do here. You know, aside from when new levels of Phasmophobia come out, that'll change, and we'll have a nice spooky atmosphere. But for now, we're going to see if we can launch this into space. So let me go ahead and select the parachute. Left click on it and move to the top of the. There we go. Don't click and drag. Success. Some parts, like our parachutes here, have to have configurable options. To see what we need, right click on the parachute we have just attached to the pod. Okay. On the parachute, you'll see what we can adjust the altitude and atmospheric pressure at which to open. That setting can be quite useful on distant worlds. Alright, that seems to be happy with that. For now, let's check that the opening height on the chute is at least 1,000 meters. Alright. We're at least 1,000 meters. Because safety is the way after all. The minimum pressure for a slider, move it a bit to the right at 0.02. Okay, that's good enough there. Did they give you a limited starting amount to build? I think so. I'm just running the tutorials because I've never played Kerbal at all. I've seen some other people making some incredibly complex structures with all sorts of moving parts in there. More than I thought was kind of going to be available in the game there. So it looks like, yeah, we are starting off with a base amount of things. So now that I have my atmospheric pressure is above the considered value, on Kerbin, 0.2 is about 9 kilometers in altitude. So even if you stage early and arm the parachute, it will wait until then to activate. You can hide these options by right-clicking on the background scene or by picking up another part when one's available. When you're happy with that, we can proceed. Excuse me. Okay, alright, let's see this. Chances are I'm probably going to run through these tutorials again, maybe on my own, off stream. But like I said, we'll see if we can blow something up. Actually, there Let me make a quick adjustment here. Just adjust my stream title here. Just a category there. There we go. Okay, back in we go. Let's blow some shit up. And hire all the Kerbins. Been watching others play. That'd be cool to see. Oh, something blowing up. Rocket goes boom. That's it. I don't think our rocket's gonna go. It's gonna go boom. All right. Next, we're going to need something to make us go. Yes. Explosions. Click on the Engines tab on the left to show available engines and solid rocket motors. Grab one and connect it to the bottom of the pod. You need to zoom or move the camera to be able to do so. All right. And then that moves around. There we go. Cool. Right. Rockets. Wait, is it fuel tanks or engines? Engines. Thumper. Solid fuel booster. Cannot drain from other parts. Engine cannot be shut down. All right. Boom. There we go. Oops. I forgot you're just starting out. You're not a famous rocket scientist, and to make that craft survivable as it stands now, you'd have to be a better rocket scientist than me. Ha! Impossible. The problem with that craft is that its solid rocket is too powerful for the payload, a single small pod and chute. It will either burn up on ascent from giving you too fast or burn up from coming back down. Even if you survive that, the craft's mass will cause it to fall too fast for the parachute to operate properly, and you'd not hit the surface before it could stop you. And you'd hit the surface before it could stop you. Okay, I promised to teach you about how to change that to make it work in a later tutorial, but for now, let's continue. Well, at least this way I get to tell you about removing parts. Pick the back thumper and either drop it back or in the parts or press delete. I think I got rid of it, or is it just floating there? Okay. The right solid motor. Instead, let's add the solid motor that's a better match for this ship of this size. At the start of your career, you will have what I consider rubbish parts. Literally, the motor here looks like, and may well be, a converted trash can. Oh boy. That said, it does have enough oomph to get this little craft moving skyward, and quickly. As you progress, you will be able to unlock more engines and other parts. For now, let's pick up the RT5 Flea and connect it to the bottom of the pod. Oh, can I mount it the wrong way? All right. Connected. The staging stack. Nice one! You've built the simplest survivable craft possible. We could go to launch this right now, but it might be safer to explain one other thing first. In the bottom right, you will see the staging stack. It is the box with the number 0 and the icons for the parachute and engine in it. This stack shows us which parts will be activated as we stage our rocket. Alright, let's do that. What is shown? What this shows is that when we activate the next stage, both the engine and parachute will be triggered. While it could be considered funny to open the chute and fire the motor at the same time, it's not going to give you much of a flight. Okay, let's... to fix this, we need to separate the engine and chute into two stages. If you mouse over the 0 stage, you'll see a little plus and minus appear above the top left. Click the plus button to add a new stage. Okay, I have. If you add too many, click the minus button on the extra ones to remove them. Make sure you have precisely 2 stages. That's precisely, nope. Okay, so 0 counts as a stage, then 1 is the next. That's 2. Gotcha. Adjusting the staging stack. Excellent! It's important to note that the stages act. This guy's voice is changing so often. I gotta pick a voice for this guy. It's important to note that the stages activate from the highest number and then count down. Von Kerman, is that German? Why is there a mosquito in here? So our first stage will be 1, the engine, and our second stage will be 0, the chute. Now drag the engine icon from down from 0 to stage 1 to give our pilot some comfort. Done. Saving it for later. That's it. We now have a safe, well, relatively safe craft that's ready to go. Let's make sure that if we need this design again, we don't have to build it all from scratch. At the top of the screen, you will see a name for our craft. Untitled Spacecraft. Doesn't seem to be majestic. Why don't you change that to be something more your style? And you can add a description if you'd like to. When you use the load screens later, these names and descriptions will help you grab the right vessel. When you're happy with the name, click Save on the upper right. Let's see. Right. Untitled Spacecraft. Werner von Braun was the German rocket scientist who made the V2 rockets and started NASA, basically. Perfect. For the sake of not being offensive, I will just make up some voices. Untitled Spacecraft. Let's see. The Astro Canuck. Piece of shit 1. There we go. All right, save that. Did that save? I think it saved. Send me up. Excellent work. Feel free to play around with the parts and techniques I've shown you, and when you're ready to continue, press the red button on the upper right to exit. Back at the training menu, try the Flight Basics tutorial to learn how to fly this little craft, and then the Intermediate Construction tutorial can teach you more about the editor. Note! Any vessels you create here will be lost when you exit. This is just for playing around. Spent a lot of time building this little piece of shit rocket. Oh, I hope I hit the right button. Oh, I didn't. Was that it? Okay, so I didn't save my actual piece of shit rocket wasn't actually saved. So welcome to the Kerbal Space Center Launch Facility. I'm Gene Kerman, and I will teach you the basics of piloting a spacecraft. I trust you've already checked the basic construction tutorial. If not, I recommend you do so before going through this one. Today we will run through the important controls for your spacecraft. Our little hopper from your basic construction lesson with Werner may not have all of them, but we'll do a full run through once we see how it flies. Once you're ready to go, press next. Oh. All right, I see I got that voice pretty bang on for his sound. Gene Kerman. Who's this supposed to be? Phil's pig. You came out with Werner von Braun. Hopefully it'll get some air. Let's see. Flying a spacecraft is all about being in control of a generally generally very chaotic situation. As a pilot, your main flight controls will affect your pitch, yaw, and roll of the ship. Let's look at those first. All the other controls will be locked until they're needed or this tutorial is closed. No idea. All right, fine. Basic flight controls: pitch, yaw, and roll. Pitch, yaw, and roll are the three directions you need to rotate your craft. To help visualize these, we've taken a holiday snap of the hopper below. Yaw, pitch, roll. Next up, we'll see how to rotate in these directions. You control your ship's rotation during these controls. Pitch up and down, yaw, left and right, roll, left and right. Oh, W, I think. Okay. Pitch up and down. Gotcha. Left and right. And roll. Okay. I will muck this up. I'm quite familiar with these terms, similar to a submarine. Have you piloted a submarine, Mojo Jojo? I mean, aside from your singing on Twitch Sings with Putsy, we're not too familiar on history here. Submarine veteran. All right then, cool. No, seriously, that is pretty cool. All right. What information can you give us? Because that sounds really, really, really interesting, man. Here I am mucking about with a little fake space simulator, and you're a veteran of submarine piloting. All right, try it now. You'll notice the indicator. Okay. Up and down, up and down. I can tell you, it's a ship built to sink. Oh, there's my pilot, Valentina Kerman. Basic flight controls: throttle plus pitch, yaw, and roll are the main controls. You'll need to master for a successful crash-free flight. We're going to crash. We'll skip over the throttle controls for now, as this vessel has no need for it. Don't worry, I'll explain another time when it's of use. Remember that all these controls have limited amount of effectiveness, so bigger, heavier ships will probably respond much more sluggishly, so the controls are a little more than a small one. It's also good to keep in mind that the stages are separated from the ship. It will become lighter, and this will usually make it easier to control. Now, let's look at the rest of the flight controls. Okay, let's look at the next flight controls. In flight, all the planning you do is put in the staging sequence of your ship comes into play. From launch to the final deployment of the descent parachute or chutes, you can control the activation of several of the ship's parts by activating stages. Launch, activate stage, next stage. I'm hitting the space button, it doesn't work. Notice the stage indicator on the lower left. It shows the currently active stage. Since we haven't launched it yet, it's showing the first stage as active. Have your staging controls locked for now, so the stage indicator is glowing purple. I see. One more thing on staging. If the staging setup is causing strife or you change your mind about something, you can edit the staging sequence on the fly. Pun intended. Har har. No need to go back to the assembly facility. Nav ball. An important part of flying is now to know your ship is oriented and where it's going. That's why a good pilot is always aware of the ship's attitude, where it's pointing, and its velocity vector, where it's going. These aren't always the same direction. As your skills improve, you will pick up on these. Perfect. The big round instrument in the lower center is called the nav ball. This device sums up most of the critical information needed for proper death-free flight. Well, yeah, I guess so. Here you see the ship's nose in relation to the horizon. When you're not pointing straight up, it's easily visible as a line between the blue sky and the brown ground, as well as its heading, compass bearing, speed. You get several icons that indicate things like your current velocity vector, but we'll have a look at those later. In the top center of the portion of the screen, you have your altimeter, vertical speed indicator, and atmosphere gauges. The altimeter will show the distance to the planet's surface at sea level. This means that the actual surface may be much closer, so watch out for the ground when landing. Your vertical speed indicator shows how quickly your altitude is changing. When launching, it's considered best to keep this gauge pointing up. The atmosphere gauge indicates how deep the ship is in the planet's atmosphere. This helps you know if the ship is high enough for orbiting without losing speed to air resistance, or judge how effective wings and control surfaces will be. One last thing, oh thank goodness, before we get this rocket the green light. In the staging stack, you'll see the indicator for your parachute. This indicator shows when the chute will be activated by staging. You already know that. I already knew that. But the background will also change color to indicate when it's safe to stage with the parachute in the foreground. The parachute bit in the icon itself will change color depending on the parachute stage. Note, however, that the default parachutes will not deploy when unsafe, even if you stage them. Colors. The left three show safety. Safe, risky, and unsafe. Okie dokie. Safe to deploy. The chute is unstaged, white, and the left three is unstaged, white, and the left three. The right three show the state after staging: armed, deployed, and cut shredded. Probably going to be cut shredded. When you're familiar with the chute icon colors, we can move on. Okay. That is safe, risky, no good. Good, deployed, oh shit. Aha! Alright. Good. Enough talk. I'll unlock the flight controls and you'll be clear for launch. At any time, you may press escape to pause the game. At the pause menu, you can restart the flight or end this tutorial. Choose end scenario. No. I want to make sure I have an idea of what we're doing here. Alright, for now you get yourself prepared to hit space, and when ready to launch, don't forget our hopper has only one solid rocket motor, so there's no throttle control. That's why we didn't review the throttle controls here. Make sure to fly in a nice high arc. Enjoy the flight. And there you go. You can practice some of the controls we discussed by pitch and yaw and roll. Oh, I wonder if I can make my pilot throw up. Also keep an eye on the parachute icon. Staging list that shows you the current environment is safe for shoots. Once it goes red, it won't deploy until it's clear again after you stage it. I realize this can be too much to learn in one go, so if you forget, you can always press escape and click view key bindings for a reminder. You can also see whether your crew is enjoying the trip in the lower right corner. So far, it looks like she's enjoying the trip in the lower right corner. Anyway, I'll hang around and watch and let you know when it's safe to stage your shoot. Your solid motor has burnt out. You're passing... Oh God. Your speed is now low enough to safe to deploy the parachute. So do now before you speed up and hit the surface. Uh-oh. Ah. Apoapsis. Thanks, Mr. Richard. How are you doing? My parachute's not doing anything. Is this right? Uh-oh. Shouldn't this be, like, doing more? Oh, okay. Apoapsis. Cheers. Appreciate that. The park or highest point of the trajectory. And now we sit back. Uh-oh. It's been the opposite direction. We landed. I didn't blow up. Although, can you do this? Well done, you survived your first quick flight. When you landed or splashed on Kerbin and not in training, you can point the mouse just above the altimeter and click recover icon. Oop. I've also unlocked the crew hatch, so if you feel like going out for a walk or swim, you can even click the EVA extravehicular activity. Okay, so it'll. Oh. Oh, there's the mun. Oh, name site. I'm pretty sure this won't save anything. Earth. Black text. Mine. Oh dear. Okay, let's go back in. Empty. All right. Okay. Okay, hit the button. F, grab. Climb out, board. All right. I've also unlocked the crew hatch, so if you feel like going for a walk or swim there, but you have done it. That concludes today's lesson. Exit the training or escape and choose end scenario. I hope you see you again. What I found interesting about the game is that it incorporates the use of nodes to program. Explain. Oh shoot. Oh no! Oh no! Poor Vanessa. No. Oh dear. I didn't know it would do that. You know, so I can't recover my flight anymore. Oh. Oh, poor Vanessa. Are you sure you want to end this scenario? Well, intermediate construction, suborbital flight, advanced construction, go for orbit, orbiting 101, the basics. Sometimes you gotta learn to fly before you can crawl. The nodes, from what I can gather, watching others play, you use them to identify or program each equipment that's on your rocket build. Okay, cool. Intermediate. I didn't say okay Google, I said okay cool. No. Intermediate construction is very helpful. Oh, hello. Today we're going to tackle an absolutely essential skill for any space program, getting into orbit. Without this skill, we might as well be teaching you Kerbal Flight Simulator. I trust you've already checked the other flight tutorials, as well as the advanced construction, one to be familiar with in the Kerbal 1 vessel we will be launching today. If not, I highly recommend you do so before going through this one. If you want to go back and try the others, then press escape and choose scenario. Otherwise, press next. We're going to proceed. Alrighty then, let's do it. As I said before, the plan here is to get our vessel and pilot safely into orbit. As with the suborbital flight we did previously, didn't do that. We will follow a curved path to get to the point where we can circularize in our orbit. Today's gravity turn will, however, be much shallower than the path we followed previously, and that we will build speed towards orbit. This is different from how Kerbal pilots of old did it. They would head straight up and then hang a right as if the air was soup or something. We'll be turning early and smoothly, but don't turn too far or you might be mistaken for one of those low-flying turkeys. As with the previous flight, I will place the target marker on the nav ball for you to show the optimal velocity vector, but do note that this indicator won't be around normally and is not usually used in the way this tutorial uses it. Also display some technical information about your path as you go to help you learn your right way to get there. For now, set your throttle up to the max, press Z and prepare to launch. Alright. I have pressed Z and prepared to launch. You should now see the marker on the nav ball so that you'll have something to follow. And this ship has been designed
so that you don't need to worry about throttle control during ascent. Hit space and you're ready to go for orbit. If you want Valentina, the Kerbal pilot, to fly the curve for you, then you can enable SAS and set the throttle mode to target after liftoff. No, I'm going to try to pilot this because I've launched a little tin can already. I think I'm fully qualified to run a rocket, a multi-stage rocket. So yeah. Now, if I start playing with the pitch and yaw right now, is this going to throw it off the launch pad? Oh God, it will. Oh my God, it's already turning. I'm going to cock this up right away. Okay, ready to launch. You should now see the marker on the nav ball. Okie doke. There it is, yes. You'll have something to follow. This ship has been designed so that you don't need to worry about throttle control. Hit space when you're ready to go for orbit. Here we go. Time to start pitching. Nope. Ah, shucks, something went wrong here. You're way off course. You're probably not. You can click on RCS and SAS. Oh, let's see. Press space to kick the boosters out when they run out of fuel. Boy, I hope they ran out of fuel. What are you going for? Am I going for the yellow? Is this the trajectory that I'm supposed to be on here? Kerbal debris. Oh, there's debris that kind of sits in here. Hey, the moon. I feel like I'm heading back towards Earth. There's the blue. Is that where I want to go? I don't seem to be doing so well. Oh dear. Oh no. Quick! No, I'm hitting the wrong buttons. Oh no! Valentina does not look too happy. Oh, okay, that's better. However, I managed to orient myself in a way that's safe. Oh dear. Oh, I see. Oh dear. Uh, all right. All right, so far, good shoot. Okay. Right. So the important thing is that I didn't blow up Valentina. She'll safely return to Earth after a harrowing adventure into the not even low Earth orbit. I think I barely cleared things. Oh, I'm guessing that's the rest of my rocket landing back on Earth. Or Kerbin. Oh, okay, don't do that. All right. So I'm going to look at it as the I didn't it didn't blow up. So that's the positive I'm going to take away from this one there. Safe landing. Yes. All right. So I didn't make it into orbit after all the hard training that I went through. I mean, this was grueling stuff. Hello, Mun. It looks nothing like the moon we were looking at tonight. So, how far can we travel in Kerbal? We got Orion. Got Orion sitting there. I've easily spent 8 to 9 hours building something and then flying it on a distant planet to find out my shit don't work and have to start all over again. Oh my god, forget an antenna or solar panels or landing. Oh my god. All right, so there's clearly a boatload of stuff to do in this game. I mean, overall, it looks really nice. I've also turned down the graphics a little bit, but it seems
it seems lightweight enough that actually we're not getting a massive. I was planning on having to close everything else, but it seems to be holding up just fine. So, excuse me. So we're just like as soon as I took off, oh shucks, something went wrong here. Oh my god. Right. Where do I go to? What is this? It's also we got to put lunar rovers and everything else too. My god. There's so much to do in this. Holy potatoes. There's a lot in this game. Where did I end up? I ended up somewhere in what would be. Okay, did we get like history on Kerbin at all? Because I'd be interested in seeing how their planet works. And this is definitely looks like the what would be their Chicxulub crater. Keep zooming out, and you see other planets. Oh my god. How far can I zoom out? Is that as far as I can zoom out? We have Kerbin has 2 moons. Hey, Savvy. I'm up late. Yes, I am. I have the day off tomorrow. Did you see the SpaceX takeoff? Was there one other one today? Because if there was, I totally missed it. I've been busy launching rockets over here and surviving two launches so far. Yeah, if there was a SpaceX launch today, I totally missed that one. All right, let's revert flight. I thought you watched one today. I might have got that mixed up. There was a rocket launch last week from New Zealand. That was or at least one I tried to watch, but it ended up taking so long to launch that I ended up going to bed, and I caught it kind of just as I was falling asleep, which was a successful mission for them for Rocket Labs, and yeah, well, let's see if I can make this another successful launch here. Right. So I will go for launch. Kick the side boosters away as soon as they run out of fuel. Okay, so I gotta watch out for the fuel down the bottom there. So yes, at least I got to see that. I like to. It's nerve-wracking watching launches. It's at least those payloads are one thing, but when you get humans on the flight, they're watching the Crew Dragon go off was nerve-wracking. But I always enjoy a good launch there, and hopefully I'll maybe we'll do next time there's a launch, maybe during a stream we'll tune into those ones there. So for now, let's launch off of Kerbin again and see if we can get into orbit. And I'm really kind of jumping ahead on a lot of the things here. A, because it's mildly getting late, and B, because rockets go boom. Go the wrong way. Like, is this the purple that I'm aiming for here? This seems to be going okay so far. I'm not burning up in the atmosphere yet, so I mean, that's got to be a plus, right? All right, liquid fuel is spent. Right. I'm assuming it's this little yellow one that I got to be following. Oh, that's not where I want to be going. Going right into the middle of the ocean here. Oh, it's looking good. Now I do have assistance on here, so assuming this music is a good thing that's coming in the background here. Maybe? Oh, not quite in orbit. Looks like I'm going to be crashing back into Earth. Oh, shoot. Is there a way to, like, easily finesse these controls? Because I'm using it's just up and down on the keyboard. I may not be off course. Maybe my course is the dark side of Kerbin. What if I go EVA? Will that be a bad thing for her? I'm assuming this is the little yellow area that I'm going into here. Now, looks like my trajectory is to be crashing back to Kerbin. Oh no! What? Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh, go back! Go back! No, turn around! No, Valentina, get back to your ship! Get back to the ship! Oh no! We shot it. Is my craft? Can I get back there? May have screwed up. Oh crud! There it goes. No, catch up to it. Guys, I know very little about spaceflight. Oh, wait, I'm catching up to it. It's coming back. Wait. Nope. Oh, shit, there it goes. Well, Small burst. I guess I am a satellite now. No, come back! Come back! Oh, I guess I really can't check the rest of my trajectory, can I? Everything looks so small from up here. Especially my damn spaceship. Okay. It was at this point Valentina knew she fucked up. Alright. I don't think I'm going to be able to catch up to this thing. Although it seems to be hanging in orbit now, so it is something, right? Although it seems to be spinning wildly out of control. That may be might just be me. All right, we're closing in on this thing. No, we're not. Oh dear. I think she may be lost in space. Maybe I'll wait for it to whip back around. Oh, it's gone. Oh, no, there it is. Oh, bloody. All right. I mean, she looks happy, right? Oh dear. Well, my spaceship is getting farther and farther away. You're doing the same mistake that the first space missions did. Yes. Because it was something like when they hit the accelerator and everything just kind of went the wrong way. Everything went... it's all counterintuitive, right? I mean, she seems very complacent with things. JD Raven, how you doing? How's it going? I haven't seen Kerbals in ages. I just bought the game. It was on sale. I figured, you know, let's keep everything as much as possible Astro-centric, and we'll see what happens. Clearly, don't trust me in a space mission. Don't tempt me with the EVA option, because I'm just going to jump out of my spacecraft mid-launch. Oh, God. They also had trouble figuring out how to meet up with the other vessel in space. Got to think about your vectors. You're moving in multiple directions and different speeds. Yes, and clearly Valentina has reached orbit. Oh no. My jetpack's done. Am I out of fuel? Am I just going to have to slowly return to Earth? EVA report. Transmit data. Help! Reset experiment. Keep experiment. Keep experiment. Deploy shoot? That ain't gonna do anything. But look at the view. My God. It's wonderful. Space is wonderful. It's just so incredible. Oh, there's my ship.
10 kilometers away. Oh my God. I don't think I'm going to catch up to it, especially with apparently no more rocket fuel. Oh, I've used it all up. Man, look at that smile. That's space madness for sure. Of course I can't move anymore. You just... Rockets? No rockets. My ship is now... Where did it go? Doing well. Locked out of my house because I don't have the one set of keys. Other than that, I'm great. Hopefully you can get back in and the weather is alright where you are. So we'll keep you company while you're waiting for rescue. I mean, it could be worse. You could be Valentina, floating around in space, and on a decaying orbit. It appears, or okay, 14 kilometers away is my ship. Can I call it back? Come here, ship. Ship. Target, okay. No, go to your ship, please. Oh. Oh dear. Weather's fine. Just out back chilling until my partner gets home. Well, you can enjoy the misadventures of Valentina Kerman. On the top left thingy is to make the time go faster in case you don't want to wait and so on. And cannot warp time in this scenario. Okay, I'm not going to wait for her to kind of go back to land back on Earth there. What's this one do? Unable to remove helmet. There's no atmosphere. All right, so at least you can't purposely do that. It's my own fault I forgot to grab them from her. All right, let me tell you this one. I've locked myself in the house before. Yeah, I know. Let that sink in for a second. I've locked myself in the house. It was in the UK. It seems to be, at least for me, all the places I've lived in, you need keys to get in and out of the house. There's no latch available. So there was a point in time when we had recently changed the doors and everything like that, and still same thing, no latch, no other, no button, or no nothing to get out there. So Mrs. Canuck had somehow grabbed both sets of keys, and I needed to go to work. I had to phone my boss and say, I'm locked in the house. And they said, excuse me? I said, yes. I have no latches on the doors to get out. Thankfully, it was just work that I had to worry about, and not like a fire or something like that. So yeah, I mean, in a way, it's not so bad being locked in the house, but when you have to get out, it's just as annoying as when you are locked out of the house. It'd be amazing to float around in space. I think safely, yes. I think it'd be an incredible view. But in the case of Valentina, I think we're going to have to... I'm going to try to launch one more time and see if I can reach orbit. It looks like I got a little better grasp on things. So far, nobody... Okay, actually, I was going to say nobody died, but the very first launch, I landed safely and decided to roll my rocket, or my lander around on Earth, and then it all blew up. But I landed safely. All right. All I'm getting is Earth shine right now, so let's end the scenario.
To the, oh god, could you imagine trying to get to the moon? I haven't even gotten into orbit. All right, one more orbit, and then we'll, and then I'm gonna, well, maybe this one will be a success. I got close. Right. Z. There we go. Throttle is to the max. You should now see the marker on the nav ball, so you'll have something to follow. So is this pink the is this the marker that I need to get to, or is it another one? All right, here we go. We are go for launch. We are launching. I probably should have had a countdown, you know. Is it the yellow or pink that I'm trying to follow here? This one doesn't seem to be going as good as the other time. Oh dear! That blew up right below me. That's no good. Okay, come on, you can do it. Come on, Valentina, you hang in there. I'll guide us safely to space. Don't use your last engine until you reach your apoapsis. Okay. You can put marker on AP. Set maneuver node. Oh. Oh, what view am I looking at here? This doesn't seem to be going good. It seems to be going all horribly wrong. This is going horribly wrong. I think we've abandoned the mission here.
Alright, I think it's safe to say that this mission is a failure. Blue hatch. Oh no. EVA! EVA! Get out! Oh, sugar lumps. Oh dear. Catastrophic failure. Yeah, I would say that. All right, let's review the flight events. Liftoff at 0 seconds, and probably at 2 seconds is where it all went wrong. Oh dear. Oh boy. End scenario. All right. Oh my god. That is I like it. There's so much to learn. So much to learn in this game. So we will definitely be coming back to this more often, and maybe we'll oh boy, I'll maybe do a few more kind of some training things off stream, so I can kind of get a little more into the meat and potatoes of this. However, that was fun. That turned out to be a lot more hilarious than I thought it was going to be. Yeah, I say already the money well spent on that. I wouldn't have been fussed if it was a full price game. At the same time, getting it on sale was great. Thanks, Phil's Pig. Thanks for all the for the guidance on there, and being able to almost get into orbit, killing my pilot twice. I guess 3 times. Really, leaving her abandoned in space was one of them there. Man, that was fun. Yeah, I'll definitely be playing that again. We'll call that a dual effort for your guidance and my poor execution of things, and just clicking buttons, and hopefully everything worked. Didn't all work. Oh boy. Let's see. The camera doing there. Oh, I see. It's the mun. Kerbals are champions. They'll be okay. I've heard they're rather resilient. If they're killed in action, they can just walk it off. They'll be back in no time. All right, what do we got? What's our weather looking like? Actually, no, I'm probably going to wrap things up. It's been almost 6 hours.
So I think I'm going to, excuse me, I think I will call this one an evening. It's been incredibly entertaining. Very happy with Kerbal Space Program. Happy to have shot our mun early on in the evening there. And we're dropping frames. So we'll leave that for another night, and I think we'll see who it looks like. Who can we pass you guys over to here? And let's see. Who is around to raid? And I'm going to say this as we plan a raid, like 4 other people sometimes jump in the chat here. But yeah, definitely we'll be coming back to more Kerbal. We'll be aiming to do another stream Saturday evening, which will be possibly at 5:30 Greenwich Mean Time for some astrophotography, for some live imaging, because it looks like the weather is holding up for us. Although, again, it says that it's going to be, okay, Saturday has gone to pot, and now Sunday is the clear night. So Saturday is our rainy day astronomy, and that will be we'll be processing the Wizard Nebula and just having a general chat about astronomy in general there. So we will we'll have some fun with that there, and we'll definitely jump back into some more Kerbal, and I can hopefully reach orbit, because maybe I'll go through some of the other tutorials and become a little familiar with the controls and exactly what it takes to get into orbit, because right now all I can do is throw a single Kerbal to the wolves and let them endlessly, or at least eventually, re-enter Earth's atmosphere in a spectacularly fiery fashion. So, who we got? All right. Let's see. Let's go back to random British dude. He's doing some Phasmo, and he always has some good energy. And sometimes if he's doing if he has a hype train going on, it's pretty entertaining for what he does there. ES7509, hello, how are you doing? Thanks for dropping in. We are kind of wrapping up our evening at the moment right now. We've done some live astro imaging. We've done a little image processing of the Heart Nebula, and I killed a few Kerbins in Kerbal Space Program for the first time. So that was fairly entertaining. But yeah, for now we're. All right, thanks, Mojo. I appreciate that. I do what I can to try and make things as entertaining as possible. And, you know, if I'm playing a game, I don't want it to be a game that I have to be engrossed in, something I can pull away from. Cutie! Cutie, you're awake again. How is it going? Welcome back. Salami. Oh, good to see you. I think I'm going to send you guys over to random British dude. So like I said, he's got generally fun there. There are a few people from some other streams that come in, and salami is the standard greeting for things, and you know, it's funny. It's fun to say. But the coffee is done. I am done, and yeah, we're going to send you guys over to Random British Dude. Some fun stuff. For those of you who have the icons, who have the emotes, who have unlocked them or are subscribers, exclamation point raid is going to send you over there. And like I said, I'll be back Saturday night. Hey, Astrobeard. We'll say a happy Thanksgiving to all our American friends, and hopefully you our guys are going to be staying safe. You guys have a very good night. I appreciate everything that you guys are doing. Appreciate the chats. Appreciate the bits that have been donated, and we will see you guys next time. I've been Tom. I'm the Astro Canuck, and I'm not here to change the world. I'm here to share the universe. Have a very good evening. Thank you very much. I'm still here. That was the wrong one. Okay, see you guys.